and today we're going to be playing some Avorion. Yes, that's right. We're going to be playing some Avorion, one of my favorite games, basically ever. Just give me a moment here. I'm just going to update the info on the YouTube end of the stream, just so people can find it a little bit easier. But yeah, I wanted to go ahead and show off some of the new content with Avorion that is introduced with the Avorion 2.0 patch. So I've been playing on the Avorion 2.0 beta branch of the game for about 20, 30-ish hours. Let me actually look on the game save how long I've played in this world. 37 hours, 41 minutes is how much time I have in the beta branch, which is a little, I think it has new features outside of what they have just in the base, whatchamacallit, the base game, or base 2.0 game. But a lot of really cool changes have been introduced to the game, and that's why I wanted to stream today. We're going to do an entire playthrough. The thing about Avorion is the games take several hours to play, and for this series and this playthrough, I'm going to kind of divide it up into parts. So part of it is going to be live streamed, other parts is just going to be episodic, so like a 30-minute highlight reel or a 30-minute summation or 30-minute video covering whatever topic of the beta branch we're dealing with for that video, right? So that's kind of the idea. Just to give some variety to my viewers. If you're new to the channel, I do stream on both Twitch and YouTube. So if you want to view the like episodic videos, you need to go over to my YouTube channel because there's not a way for me to put those in on Twitch, unfortunately. So I apologize for that to my Twitch viewers. However, if you go over to my YouTube, it's free to watch there as well. And you can watch all the episodes in between if you like the Avorion series. Anyway, we will do live streams, though, and those will always be on Twitch. And on YouTube, they'll be on both platforms. But if you're on YouTube exclusively, you should check out my Twitch as well, because we do some Twitch exclusive live streams sometimes as well. And yeah, it's a good community over there. So if you want to get in on the live action, Twitch is the best way to do that. I unfortunately do not have a way to integrate my YouTube live chat into my stream for me to be able to see it. I can do or respond to live chat from Twitch, however. So if you are watching live and want to be able to talk to me while we play, make sure you're watching me over on Twitch. And while you're watching me, be sure to hit that follow so we can hit that affiliate status. But let's go ahead and get the game created. Enough talking and meandering BS. We're going to go ahead and just create a new. So when you hit create new, if you played Avorion before, this menu did not exist, just took you into the seed. Now you kind of get your option. You've got creative mode, which is infinite resource, all building knowledge, all that stuff, so you can build whatever you want. So that's the same as the old game pretty much. You've got classic, which is exactly the same as the pre 2.0 update. So if you see some of the things 2.0 implements, or if you have some pre 2.0 saves and stuff, you can play it via the classic file. So it's really cool that the developers did this with the update, so you can still play the old school Avorion if that's what you're looking for, as opposed to the new mechanics with building and ship size and stuff like that, because they do change the feel of the game. They do change the way you play. Like in the new update, like it changes completely the early game because you can't build as big of a ship starting out. So yeah, it's kind of cool. And then you've got free play. This gives you a lot more control, so you can toggle resources and stuff. I haven't tried this mode out, but we're going to do normal because this is what all the new content is going to be. I am in the beta branch, so my version may be more up to, or higher version level than yours. So mine's 2.0.6. So that is some beta patch updates to the 2.0 release that they've done. I don't know if all the stuff implemented on this version of the game that I'm playing is actually implemented in the full 2.0 patch release that's non-beta access, because I'm playing on beta branch. Like I didn't want to deactivate the beta branch stuff and then have to re-download it, so I just left it enabled. So I apologize on that. If someone actually knows, be sure to let me know in the comments, or let us know in the comments, because I'm kind of curious about that, if the 2.06 beta that I'm playing on is like this beta came out before the full launch of 2.0, right? The 2.0 launch came out a couple days ago or today. But this 2.06 beta I was able to download like a week and a half ago. So I would think that maybe this stuff's implemented in the full launch, but it may not be. Either way, we're going to go normal. Let's do it. And for this playthrough, we're going to do normal difficulty just because. Why not, right? We're going to call this LD7 Avorion 2.0. Oh. Avorion 2. No, just LD7 Avorion stream game. Yeah, I know. Ain't that a mouthful? But we're going to do a World Gen seed of Lone Debater 7. Why not? We're going to play full collision damage because that's how the pros play. Nah, JK. If you want a more like chill experience, play with no collision damage because then you don't have to worry about your ship getting blown up when you crash into stuff, which may happen depending on how good you are at managing thrusters and stuff. And I am no expert at it, so we're playing on full collision damage because I'm used to it and I like playing that way. But if you have a different taste, be sure to set that collision setting to whatever you feel comfortable playing. Because if you feel that the collision damage, like you're crashing into stuff all the time and losing parts left and right, and it's costing you like resources, credits that you can't afford, just toggle that down a little bit. Like you don't have to turn it off all the way either. It goes in quarter increments from 0 to a full point of collision damage, right? So like you can set it to half collision damage, and that's a little less punishing when you crash into stuff, which yeah, sometimes is worth doing. But I'm going to go ahead and turn on some music in the background. And this is all self-made, so like whatever. If you want to listen to it, look for Big B over on SoundCloud. But yeah, it's just instrumental beat stuff. No biggie. It's just something to listen to while we play this game because it takes a little bit. Basically, if you're new to Avorion, the way this works, it establishes a server on your computer when it launches the game, and then your computer connects to that server that's locally hosted on your computer. It sounds more confusing than it is, but that's how it works. But anyway, let's go ahead and get the music going, and we're gonna get rolling. So here we are, Avorion. Pretty familiar, right? You start next to a refinery typically, you're in a sector, claimable asteroid right over there, which we'll grab in a momento. Let's see, we've got 7,500 iron. Perfect. And I'm just going to call this Lone Debater 7, or LD7 P2. Or we'll just... SSLD7. So, Spaceship Lone Debater 7 is what I'm going for there. Starter. No. Sure. Why not? Why not? Alright, we've got our brick in space like a scrub. But we're going to go ahead and jump into the build menu. So I dove into creative mode on the beta branch here and built some starter templates just so we could kind of skip some of this stuff. But this is a pretty simple starter ship, 3,200 credits, 2,000 iron. It basically, like you have a little bit of headroom if you want to add additional stuff to it, which is good. So we could throw on a couple cargo bays, if, for example. So like I'll probably do that actually. So one thing that's good to have is cargo bays, just because there are resources that'll drop. And now, to be fair, we don't want to add a whole lot of this, otherwise we won't be able to warp. And I am going to turn on the mirrors. If you're new to the building scheme, Avorion has a lot of building stuff. And I do plan on doing a building live stream when we get to the Trinium level. I'm going to jump over into the creative game again and make a few more, whatchamacallit, the templates. There you go. That's the word. That's the word. Templates is what we're going to make. And that is basically just so I have like that way you guys, if you don't want to watch like the build lab stuff, you don't have to. That's why I'm doing that, is the idea. But I do plan on streaming it, so if you do find that kind of stuff or that kind of content interesting, you still can tune in and watch it on the channel. Like, there will be a stream dedicated to building the ships that goes in depth. We'll cover all the controls in there and a little bit more. But one thing you may be noticing if you're diving in and building your ship is you've got this this system socket bar up here. So what that is talking about, if you hit the P key or go into the player menu up here and then go to player profile tab, we have collect iron, acquire building knowledge for iron, and found a second ship. So these are the achievements for each game. These are going to be the same pretty much. Not a big deal. If you have black market, you have this one unlocked, and then these are hidden. This is Zotan stuff. But yeah, there's a lot of different little achievements that are meant to kind of guide you through the game. They're milestone markers. I don't know if they actually correlate to direct Steam achievements or not. I've played too far into the old game, and I've unlocked most of the achievements outside of late game, which I haven't played for a while. But anyway, our next step, we need to mine titanium, basically. We need to collect titanium, and then we need to get building knowledge for titanium in order to use it on our ship. So if we went and found a titanium asteroid, which there probably is one fairly close by. I'm just going to map these turrets real quick. But we've got a one combat turret. Not that it's going to do a whole lot because it's a really garbage chain gun, but it's better to have one than not, in my opinion. I'm actually going to assign the crew that I've got, so if you push the I key, it'll take you into your ship menu, but you can also click it up here by holding the shift key and going up if you're new. But let's go ahead and just assign our crew members. You get 4 free starting crew when you begin, so we only need to hire 1 dude from this station, which is good. It's only 300 credits, so we can afford that. We do need to add or expand the crew quarters from the base design because I added those cargo bays. All the blocks that require crew do, like, the ship template is designed to just be that ship template. That's the amount of crew it can support and yada yada. So if you have more crew than that, it will not work. With that being said, pretty easy fix because there's always a shipyard in the starting sector. That way you can build your starter ship. Now I am going to mine up a little bit of iron because all the templates that I have designed for this playthrough thus far, which goes through the Neonite level, and I've got cargo ships and combat ships, and there's a reason why I've separated them into those 2 categories, and that is because you are limited on how many subsystem sockets you can have on each ship, and you may want to change the layout of the ship you are using depending on what you're doing. So like, if you're doing trade stuff, you obviously need cargo bays. If you're doing mining, however, or salvaging, you may be better off going with a combat ship that has a salvaging laser on it. That way it can go into the more highly contested areas of space and mine out and salvage those ships. You know what I'm saying? So like, there is some strategy behind that, and so we'll talk about that when we get there. First things first, let's go get this claimable asteroid that's over in this direction, as I recall. Let's see. And so I just threw this together real quick, this design. So it's nothing fancy. I'm sure there's way better stuff out there that you can download off the workshop. If you want me to add this in on the workshop, be sure to let me know down below, and I'll upload the templates. I might do it in either way, just on the side when I have some time. But yeah, anyway, not a big deal. The thing about all iron and not being able to use titanium is you have no generator on your ship, so you are limited on how many blocks you can place, because if you place too many blocks that require power, you won't be able to generate enough energy to actually fly the ship. So that's kind of what we're experiencing here. I want to claim this asteroid though and sell it so I have the credits to afford building with titanium, because starting off you don't have that many credits, and compared to iron, titanium actually is quite a bit more expensive to build with. So yeah, let's just see if we can turn something off here. No, not really. Yeah, we need to get some iron as soon as possible, is what needs to happen. It's because of the crew quarters that we added that increased the requirement on our power because of the life support systems. And yes, it's only one additional, or it added 2 additional crew member spaces. So that's not a lot of life support increase from the 4 that we had initially, but it's enough that it put our battery over, or our generator beyond capacity. So we're gonna fly slow for a little bit, and that's okay. We're starting in the first sector, which you can get all the building knowledge and stuff relatively quickly. So we got the big asteroid. We're gonna sell it. So we could sell it to these guys and get 10,000 reputation. There's not really a reason to do that, however, at this stage, because we can buy the titanium building knowledge from these guys. We're already allied with them, or friendly enough to be allied with them, so getting the extra money is more useful at this point. Let's go grab titanium. Get our lasers turned on in just a moment, so. And it's not a big deal. Like, we're moving fast enough. And I mean, if I took off the cargo bays, that might help as well on the power problem, but it's fine. Good enough, right? Get a little closer. There we are. Run our lasers and get some titanium. Fantastic. So they did also implement in 2.0 this encyclopedia, which is quite good. It is quite intensive and explains things quite well. So if you're lost on what to do, take a look in here and you might be able to figure out what you're trying to find. The only thing that I would suggest on this is if there was a way to search it, that would be awesome. There's not, but things are organized fairly well, so whatever. What we need to do at this point, we can open up this titanium. So we get Idaso, the adventure, tells us, oh, you got titanium, that's awesome. And he actually gives us the titanium building knowledge for free. So you do unlock it after you mine a little bit of titanium. I didn't want to spoil that before we actually did it, so hashtag spoiler, you get titanium building knowledge for free. Now you might be wondering, where do I get this, because it's not in this. Now I am going to install this turret system, and I'm going to permanently install it so we get the additional turret out of it. We get 2 instead of 1. But here, let's just mine some more of this titanium real quick. Just enough so we can place a generator to help our power issue. But I'll show you where you unlock the building knowledge. Just give me a moment. I'm just worried about it because we've been negative on power long enough that our crew is starting to take damage. So eventually that means that our crew will die, which is not good, because then I have to go buy more. Okay, good enough. We can't fly, but 300 titanium should be enough. So the way you get to your building knowledge is you hit P for the player menu, go into your inventory, and this stores everything. So building knowledge tier 2 for material titanium. This will allow you to build up to a 5 subsystem slot ship. So there we go. We now have titanium. We're going to dive straight in. And I do have a titanium ship template that we're going to use eventually, but just to begin with, we're going to place that generator right there. And we can make it a little bit bigger. Like that. Still not quite enough. So honestly, it was kind of dumb to put this in. Yeah, okay. We are generating enough now to power our life support and our thrusters a little bit at least. So we can at least finish mining out this titanium. And once we get enough, we can just slap it straight on the ship. We have enough credits to do that since we sold that asteroid. So like I said, that's why I sold that first asteroid without gaining any reputation for the higher price, because having the additional credits is going to be useful. And there's another reason why that's going to be useful, because another change that they implemented with 2.0 release is that of captains. So the way that ship captains work is basically they're specialized into what they do. So there's like specific captains that are good at mining, salvaging, going on trade missions, going and exploring, all that kind of stuff, right? So the captain mechanic is pretty cool, if I say so myself, but it also, like, the captains cost a lot more than they used to as a result of that system being built, and like the ability thing that goes along with it. I don't know. Anyway, we're looking a little bit better on power now. I am just going to build this so it has a little bit of a design. Cool. But now we're positive on power. Yay! Yay, we fixed our power problem. And it only took one titanium asteroid. That was only one that we mined, mind you. We're gonna go get the second one. I forget how much titanium we need from our current template to the next template that we're gonna use, which has like a bigger generator and cargo bay and stuff like that. So I have an iron starter ship, which is what we're flying now outside of the generator and cargo bays. I've got a titanium starter ship, which has like a generator, better thrusters, better engines, it's faster, more maneuverable, those types of things. And it has a generator that's big enough to support additional blocks, and there's headroom on the subsystem sockets, so like we should be fine. We can go up to 5 sockets now as opposed to 3. You are limited to 3 when it's just iron building knowledge, but you get titanium in the first sector, so I mean you'll have 5 unlocked pretty much at the start of the game. Now I don't know if that is the same on the harder difficulty levels because I've only played on the normal difficulty level, primarily because the ship size changes have made the normal difficulty of the game sufficient for me to feel challenged by the mechanics, you know what I mean? I don't know, hopefully that made sense, but let's fly over here. But yeah, we're gonna go over to this equipment dock real fast. Actually, let's take a look. Can I iron titanium starter? So I need 10,000 titanium to upgrade to this bad boy, and 70,000 credits. We got the credits already, but it's the titanium primarily we need to mine. We almost have the iron already, so 1 iron asteroid and some titanium will get us this. If we do this, we need just under 10,000. We've got the iron already, so cool. That's our next goal. That ship will be superior to this one in a number of ways, so that's what we're going to shoot for. Outside of that, I'm just going over to this equipment dock because I'm assuming I'm going to be able to buy like a salvaging laser or something. Because honestly, starting out, I think the best ship you can get set up first is a salvaging ship, just because it generates you the turrets and stuff and the systems and things that you don't have when you start a fresh game. And even if they're not what you need, you can use those and sell them for money, so you can afford to build your first trading ship and give it the budget it needs to actually be able to go buy stuff. Because you can build the trading ship for like 300k, and that's not too bad. That's like an asteroid and a half, or you mine a few pieces of titanium and sell it at the resource depot to get the remaining 100k after selling one. But you won't be able to actually send them out on trade missions because you need like a few million to be able to afford it. Let's see. A blue level arbitrary control. That's actually not terrible. That gives us 4 turret slots versus the 2 that we currently have. These are the hyperspace ones. So this is just recharge energy, but it increases our cooldown, so that's garbage. I think we will buy this one for 50k. We'll buy this one for 80k. And I know we're spending a fair amount of money right here. I'm tempted to buy this gamma. I think we will buy that as well. And let's just take a look and see what they got. So they do have a purifying salvage laser. Iron level, do they have a titanium one? Yeah, they do. Okay, we'll buy a titanium salvaging laser. We're gonna buy a titanium mining laser, and that basically is all of our money spent. One thing we can do is we can sell off these guys. We'll keep the chain guns for now. The iron lasers, though, really, I don't want. So the extra, because we're gonna have to pay our crew, is why I'm doing this. So you can't have like 0 money and be okay, if that makes sense. So it's set to auto pay, but our total salary is 1,600. So if that hit, we didn't have 1,600 in the bankaroonie, so our crew would go on strike, and that means we wouldn't be able to fly our ships, which isn't good, obviously. But let's see. I think we're good for now. We really need to like go out and mine some stuff. So I'm going to leave that guy on. I'm going to take these guys off. I am going to open up the ship menu since we're in range. of the equipment dock, you get this icon. That means you can remove permanently installed upgrades without destroying them. This icon means there's a shipyard in the sector and that you can build advanced blocks or add advanced blocks here to your ship. So as I understand that, you should be able to add armor to your ship at any point, or like structural blocks. So like if you want to place just blank hull or armor, those are not advanced blocks. Or like turret bases are not advanced blocks, that kind of stuff. Docks may not count either. Actually, those probably do. But those, like, you can place those when you're not in a shipyard sector, but rarely are you going to add those blocks to your ship unless you're adding like a generator or a thruster or something at the same time. So yeah, I normally end up doing it in the shipyard sector. But let's go ahead and pull this one out. We're going to put in this guy. Yes, don't show me that again. We're going to put in the generator upgrade just so we have some headroom and so we can afford to install permanently this hyperspace upgrade and still be fine. So we only have 0.02 gigawatts of energy with the generator upgrade, mind you. But it's enough. We'll be okay. Let's go ahead and expand our generator. Can we do that? Sure. Because all this iron or titanium will be refunded back to us when we change the template. So like if we go into our template here, we want to build this ship, right? So if we untoggle it, it has the same fixed cost to build, right? So if we add more titanium to the ship we're flying, this titanium cost will decrease. So eventually this will be cheap enough that we'll mine one asteroid to be able to afford it. Realistically, we only need to mine like 2 asteroids. I forgot the main reason I went in here was to upgrade our turrets. So we want to have the titanium mining laser because that is way better than an iron one. And even though it's like garbage level, right? So the stats on that titanium laser is not that good compared, like, yeah, 21% efficiency is not that great. However, compared to the iron lasers, it's better efficiency. It has more DPS, so it's way better. Okay, salvaging laser, same thing. Getting the titanium one was not that expensive, so might as well. And then we'll throw back on the chain gun, and we actually have more slots available to us. Fancy that. So we're gonna throw in the rest of our chain guns, I guess. Yeah, let's do that, just to give us a little bit more DPS. I mean, we're rocking a solid 96.4 Omicron. Yeah, boy. So strong. Not really. But we need 3 crew. I'm just going to map the turrets out so they're not all firing at the same time. So that was the salvaging laser. I honestly like my miners on 2 and my salvagers on 3. That is just me. I don't know why. It's an OCD thing or something like that. But let's go ahead and grab 3 gunners, and we'll hire them as professionals. We need to expand the crew quarters again. And this we can build out of iron because who cares, right? And we'll do it with a little overhang like that, sure. Make it fancy for them. But yeah, we got 3,600 in the bank now. 2,800, yeah, we can afford to pay them once. Awesome. Let's go mine some asteroids and make some money, yeah? One thing I do want to do, so this is our home sector, so it has a little house icon, but when there's an equipment dock and a shipyard, I put a star icon. When it's just a shipyard, I put a anchor icon or the shipyard icon. And this just helps me keep track of where stuff is. So like, I know there's an equipment dock here. What's inside of it will cycle every 15 minutes. So if I wait 15 minutes, I can fly back to this sector and get iron and titanium level turrets and systems if I really want to. Now, I don't really want to do that because that stuff is garbage, but we may be in this area for a little bit just because we need to explore and we need to work our way in towards the center of the galaxy so we can find Neonite. That's kind of our next. So we have 2 missions. 1, locate claimable asteroids to sell. 2, find some titanium to mine. And 3, get deep enough into the galaxy that we're encountering Neonite asteroids and mine some Neonite. Those are the 3 things we need to do. Next, we've got a basic ship that can warp around built. We've got titanium mining laser so we can mine the Neonite. And we've got a titanium salvaging laser, so if we encounter a neonite ship, we can actually salvage the neonite out of it. So, like, we're kitted up to go into the neonite region, pretty much. Outside of our Omicron and our hull strength and stuff like that, we're good. But eventually we'll encounter, like, pirates will attack one of the factions and stuff, but we'll talk to this dude. I'm just going to skip through it. He just explains kind of like the premise of the game. So you're looking for the Zotan artifacts or Zosin artifacts. I don't know how you're actually supposed to pronounce it, but whatever. Pronounce it however you will. But yeah, so he also gives you a scanner, which isn't a bad one to put on because it shows you the hidden mass sectors or the yellow dots, but yeah, that's what the deep scan range does. But I'd prefer to have this hyperspace booster because it means we can warp between systems a lot faster. And our hyperspace engine does not take up as much power to use either. So let's go mine some stuff, I guess. Like, there are asteroids in this sector. The gate we're ultimately going to go through is this one here, the southeast. So we'll go over to this asteroid field, mine up some resources, and then we'll fly through the gate. I'm just gathering now because on the other side there may not be any asteroids to mine. And if that is the case, we might end up in a situation where we can't really use the warp gate system anymore, which is not a good place to be. So, yeah. Oh, I boosted for too long. I wasn't paying attention. That's on me. Not a big deal, though. It recovers eventually, assuming your power system is balanced out. But, yeah. Anyway, a lot of fun. I mean, I enjoy Avorion anyway. Hopefully you guys do, too. And as far as, like, the newer content is concerned, like, we talk about it when we encounter it in the stream. However, I may end up going back in on the YouTube side and including, like, some separate videos that are dedicated to explaining the building knowledge systems, the warping systems, all the various mechanics and stuff like that. Like, the captain system is kind of complex, so it's a lot to talk about. And if you weren't watching live, you may not want to watch the entire live stream in order to get the information. So, anyway, not a big deal. We'll see. It also kind of depends on if I have time to do that or not, because I may just feel like continuing on and let you figure that out on your own, which is part of the fun of the game, I suppose. Alright, nothing's really there, so we'll just go through the gate. Forget about it. There's probably hidden resource asteroids, but I don't have a mining system yet, so I can't actually mine them. Or tell which ones to mine. Like, I can technically mine them, but I'm not going to mine like 5 dead asteroids in order to find one that might have a resource, right? And I'd have to mine a lot more than that too, because the spawn rate of the hidden ones is not that large. Like, it's less than 1%, so yeah, I'm not going to do that. But yeah, if you've played Avorion before, you might notice the jump mechanic's a little different. It's not just wait for your hyperspace core to cool down and the jump route to be calculated, tap space, and it loads. No, now you actually have to, like, accelerate into it, which is actually kind of cool. It forces you to actually... It also forces you to build energy containers on your ship. You can't just stack generators anymore, because you need to be able to store X amount of power in order to warp. So, kind of a cool mechanic or change to the warping mechanic, in my opinion. I don't know. So there's some iron over there. Cool. I'm just looking primarily for if there's a claimable asteroid or not. Doesn't really look like it. N is the strategy mode, or how you access it. So this is useful when you're looking for something in the sector. It gives you a list of like stations and other ships, which is cool. It gives you goods, crew. There's no goods out here. It gives you, there's no crew or bulletin boards, but it'll show you all that stuff. So that's all new. This is all new UI that they've added to the strategy mode. So it is actually useful going in here when you come into a new sector. If you don't see something immediately that you know you're looking for, or if you're looking for something specific, but cool. Not bad, not bad. This part of the asteroid region looks to have some titanium in it, so we're going to go over in this direction and mine us some titanium. We are going to mine up some iron while we're here as well. I know we only have one laser as opposed to two. However, this titanium laser should go through the iron faster. Like the DPS that's listed on the laser will be modified since we're mining a resource that's a lower tier than the laser itself. So yeah, it should make short work of iron. Even though it's only one, it should be faster than the 2 irons that we had before, I believe. And it's just good to have a few thousand iron. Like, you can sell the iron as well and get a little bit of money. Like, when you're first starting out and you have no credits, selling iron and titanium honestly is not a terrible way to make the, like, bankroll you need to build automated ships to do it for you, or to mine for you, and then also to build, like, a trader and bankroll it initially. Because that is by far the best way to make money with the changes to the like ship automation that they've made. The trade missions are like, you make so much money, or you can make so much money off of doing one of those, assuming your ship doesn't get attacked. And even if it does, if it bought the resources, like, you get all of the credits back and then you can still sell the resources. So like, that's not terrible. We're going to go over, get some titanium, because that's primarily what we need to upgrade to the ship design I actually want to use. And I believe that design will unlock a 4th building slot for us, so the ship will be a lot larger in size. Because we're at like 200 processing power. To get the next building slot requires 800, I believe. So like 600 more processing power worth of volume is what that template is going to give us, pretty much, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. We will have to put the cargo bays back on, because I don't believe that template has cargo bays on it, but not a big deal. Right now we don't even have our mining or our salvaging stuff, so there's like, the only reason to have the cargo bays is if we encounter like a pirate or something that drops scrap, would be the reason to have a cargo bay, so you can get a few resources from the pirates that you encounter, or ships that you encounter that got destroyed. You don't actually have to destroy them either. But yeah, not terrible. So, we'll probably get around 1,000 out of this when it's all said and done. Close to. There's another one down here. We'll hit this iron asteroid on the way, though. And you can automate all this stuff. So, like, if I go into... how do I do this again? It's autopilot. So if I go into autopilot... Oh, I need a captain for the mine sector order. Alright, fine. Assuming I had a captain on this ship, which I don't. Mainly because I can't afford one, and also I haven't really been looking for one. Oh, right? No kidding. I tried EVE Online for a little bit the other day. It's okay. I honestly like how Avorion plays way more than EVE, if I'm honest. Because it's less time gated. Like, it is time gated in the fact that you're going to spend hours mining and stuff like that. But it's not time gated in the sense that you click a button and wait for like 20 hours for something to happen. I don't know. It's a different play style, I guess. Different feel. But how are we doing, Miss MSX? Good to see ya. Yeah, It's not bad. I don't know. They're both good. You know, it's whatever you get into, I suppose. Um, this one's just more my speed. You have way more control over the ship customization and stuff like that because you actually build the templates yourself, which I think is a cool feature. I don't know. And you get to fly around in space. And like if I smash into an asteroid, my ship will blow up. So that's kind of cool. Just because it's like semi-realistic in that sense. But yeah, grinding, getting that titanium. Look at us go. Woo. Gonna get about 2,000, which isn't bad. So I believe we need about 10,000 is what I said. So we're almost there. We need to do like 5 or 6 more asteroids. And we'll be able to upgrade our ship. Which may be worth doing. Actually, no, we won't be able to. We don't have the money to afford it. Dang it. Alright, fine. We'll go mine. Like, there's iron and titanium here, so might as well. Oh, nice. That's awesome. Yeah, so the cookie clicker video will upload later today. So it will be up there covering the 8th ascension. So I finally ascended. I hit like 108 billion heavenly chips or something like that, and bit the bullet and did it. So yay. Yep. All good times, for sure, for sure. Primarily, I don't know, like, my cookie clicker is saved on my Chrome, and I didn't feel like exporting it and re-importing it to a less RAM-intensive browser in order to play it in the background while streaming, just because my computer probably has enough resources to handle it. However, I'm like, eh. Oh, nice. That's awesome. Solid, solid. It's amazing when you stack the clicker frenzy bonuses because they just, like, you stack way more cookies than you do otherwise. Have you gotten to the point where you get the, like, click frenzy with the lucky frenzy? So, like, the base 7 cookie per second multiplier, and then you get the 777 clicking power multiplier on top of it? Because that is obscene how much more. Yeah, like that combo is amazing. Love it. Goes so fast. I haven't had one of those in a while. Oh, okay, that's what you're talking about. Awesome, awesome. Yeah. Like that's really awesome. You're lucky, my friend. You are lucky. I don't know. Yeah, it jumps you crazy fast. Like I think I'm sitting at I have like 8 billion legacy, or no, because I did get a 777 click once. So I am at like 15 billion ascendancy, or ascendancy level on Steam. Yeah, it is good to play it on Steam. Like, it's a good way to support the devs. And the macros are probably a little bit better on there. I don't know. But I believe the Steam game is pretty much the same as the game that they offer for free via the browser, as I understand it. There might be like some extras on the Steam edition, which I feel like they should do that, honestly. But I believe for the most part it's the same how you progress. But like I'm sitting at I don't remember what I was gonna say. Anyway, it's fun. Like, I need to sit there and let my macro run. Like, if I let that happen overnight, it'd be good. Oh, that's not bad. The only thing is it a mod through Steam, though? Like, Steam Workshop you're talking about? Or is it like a third-party software? Because the only thing, like, since I'm on the browser, I don't think workshop stuff that'll work. Oh, okay, cool. I mean, like, I have an auto clicker that I use. That's pretty good. It doesn't do the golden cookies and the reindeer and stuff, but like, I guess that would make a difference if I was gonna let it run overnight, because if it clicked all the golden cookies for me automatically, All right. Yeah. That could be pretty good. Like, I don't know how... Like, the thing with my auto-clicker that I use when I actively play the game is I can customize how, like, the time delay on the click speed. So, like, I think I have mine set to 1 millisecond delay. So, technically, it clicks, like, 1,000 times per refresh on the page. Oh, is it? Okay, awesome. Yeah, I'll give it a try. Why not? What's it called? Oh, awesome. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. No, that makes sense. Okay, awesome. I will look both of those up and see if how it works for me, if I like it better. I am gonna quickly warp out of here though, because pirates came in to the sector. I'm gonna be greedy real quick though. No, I'm not, because one of them is a torpedo boat, and I don't have any anti-torpedo guns, and there's not enough. It has some options, turn them on and off. Okay, cool. No, I'll have to play around and see if I can find a decent setting that I like, which I'm sure I'll be able to. So thank you. I appreciate it. So CCSE and Fortune Helper. Okay, awesome. But yeah, no, I appreciate it. Thank you very much again. And we will... Pirate trouble? No, I don't have pirate trouble. Shut up, adventurer man. I don't need your help. I just didn't feel like fighting them. Granted, like, we would probably be about the same. Oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it, Miss MSX. That's awesome of you. Thank you for the support. Let's see... I kind of am hoping that there's a claimable asteroid in this sector, because I could use the credits. Not only to buy more turrets and systems, but also just to afford the ship upgrade that I want to do without having to sell resources. Would be pretty cool. There is a large iron over here, though. Let's just go mine that. Forget it. If we mine that entire asteroid, we'll probably have enough we can sell all the iron out of it and make enough to afford the ship upgrade. And there is another smaller one right here. Unfortunately, I don't have a mining system, so I can't tell you exactly how much total resources these asteroids are. I mean, granted, we're only getting about 20% efficiency out of them because of the laser we're using, but... Oh, nice. I've heard a lot of good things about Elite Dangerous. I haven't actually tried it. I don't know. This one, I like sandbox games, kind of like Minecraft type games. I play a lot of Minecraft, or used to. I haven't lately, but so I like sandbox type games. I like space in general. I like building games. I like strategy games, and this game kind of like mixes all of that, and it's awesome. It is awesome. It's like space Minecraft mixed with like Econ Simulator 25 or something. I don't even know what you would call it, but it's fun. I like it. It has some like RPG type elements to it as well, I suppose, but like it's good. Anyway, yeah, I guess that would be my description of the game. I forget. I believe I have dropped a actual review on the Avorion's store page. But like, so I forget how I described it there, and that might be a little bit more accurate. But anyway, nah, it's a lot of fun. So like especially I do like the new changes that they've implemented with the 2.0 release that came out. Um, be, because like it's completely changed the feel of the game for me. So like I had about 200 hours in the game uh, pre this update, pre all these changes, and I've already put in another like 50-ish or 40 something ish. I forget what I said at the start of the stream. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. Like it's changed the way the game kind of flows and stuff like that, so it's good. It's almost as if they like added a DLC without adding a DLC that you had to pay for, which is great. I love it. I love it when companies do that for their games. Like there's ongoing development and stuff like that. It's good, in my opinion. Yeah, I agree. Unfortunately, nowadays studios, A, they release their game to full release before the game's actually ready. And then B, when they fix the things that would make the game ready for a full release, they charge you for it via a DLC package. And I understand it's because the developers want to get paid for their content that they're making because it took them a lot of time to make. And I get that, but also I don't always want to have to, refinance everything in my, portfolio or whatever just to afford to play the game I want to play. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, yeah. I just end up not buying it. So, like that's what ends up happening. Uh, Not a big deal. It is what it is. So it's good to see. Like basically, like if it gets too expensive, like I'm not gonna like I don't like spending hundreds of dollars in order to play like get a game that should be the way it's supposed to be, like how they tell you it's gonna be on launch, but it actually isn't that way on launch. And they make a DLC patch that you have to pay for. It's stupid. It's so dumb. Yeah, right. Like I haven't been in a situation like that before. Well, and I mean, I guess that's how contract work works. Like, people pay you before the job's actually done because they know you're going to do the job to specification. But, like, it's more of we've done the job. We haven't done the job the way that we said we were going to do the job, but pay us the same price we told you were going to pay if we did the job right. And then later, we're going to charge you an additional price to give you the job you actually wanted in the first place. Right? So, like that, I don't know. Not to say that that hasn't always existed, I guess. Like, if you think about how fast computers upgrade and stuff like that, and proprietary of, like, uh, CPU sockets and other, like, that kind of stuff, it's similar to a certain extent, I guess. Since you control the product, you can set the price type of a thing. I don't know. Either way, it's good. Love me some Avorion. I mean, we're almost at 20,000 iron, which is nothing to laugh about, honestly. We can sell that for probably close to 100k. Um, and by the time we mine this entire asteroid, we definitely will be able to get 100k out of it. Oh no, ship is in distress, calling for aid. Sorry, friend, I don't actually have like a good enough ship to save you. And there's a combat frigate of the faction in the system, so yeah, I guess that's kind of true. I don't know. I mean, I'm able to play the games I want to play, I guess, so I'm content in that sense. Like, assuming that doesn't change too much, I'll be okay, I guess. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, it'd be cool if it wasn't as cost exclusive to game, like, or to play new games, because like a lot of new games, the resources that they're utilizing, you need hardware that's just like not available and stuff like that. Oh, yeah, right? They're like, well, what did you expect? We released it at this point. And it's like, well, no, we wanted it early because you said you were going to do this, but like, if you didn't have it done, don't release it. Um, I mean, I get it. It's because stuff is all incorporated now, so they have to answer to, like stockholders and stuff like that to a certain extent. And if they're like, well, we need the product out because the stock's going to go down if we don't release it by this time, they're going to release it whether it's done or not. And they'll just patch it later, and since it's a corporation and it'll increase their revenue for the year, if they charge people for the fix, they're going to charge people for the fix. So it makes a lot of sense from a business standpoint, but it still sucks as a consumer. Well, yeah, exactly. Like I mean, I play modded Minecraft. That's what I play when I play Minecraft, is modded, because it adds the variety that I want in the game. Vanilla just isn't satisfying for me most of the time, unfortunately. So like I like the modded way better, but yeah, no, I feel you on that. Like normally the mods are not updated to the latest version of Minecraft, so like I'm playing 4 or 5 versions behind myself as well, because that's what supports the type of Minecraft I want to play. It's good that Minecraft has that kind of flexibility, I will say. Like, you know, that game did it right, in my opinion, as far as like they charge less to get in at alpha and beta to support the development of the game, but once you paid, you had it forever, even when it went full release. And then when it went full release, they charged more because it was a finished game. But they still have ongoing updates, right? So like, I think it's good. Oh, that's awesome. I mean, vanilla's not bad. I'm not saying vanilla's bad. It's just I prefer modded myself, but that's awesome. Um, I think it's a good game. Like, you can do a lot of different things and you can play however you want in it, which is really cool. Because not a lot of like there's a lot of sandbox concept games where in theory you can do what you want, but I don't think it's affected as well as Minecraft is in a lot of cases. Yeah, I get you on that. Like vanilla, it is. If you play just vanilla, like the mechanics are pretty much the same. Like it's only once in a great while when stuff changes. Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. I get you on that. Like some of the mod packs I played, like if I don't think I'd be able to play that as as a younger person, so like 7 years old. No, I probably wouldn't be playing the modded Minecraft I play now either. So no, I get you. But vanilla's great. In my mind, I think it's really good. Yeah, if you're wanting to build and like gather the resources to build stuff, if you're playing survival, or if you're playing creative, you can just build. I mean, it is what you want it to be. Yeah, no, that's true. I feel you on that. Um, you work really, really hard digging through your mine or something, and then a creeper takes you out, or you build something that took forever and a creeper takes it out. Uh, yeah, a lot of fun that way. And by fun, I mean frustration. So no, I get that, but it's a satisfying game all the same. Yeah, don't I wish you the best of luck on that. Hopefully, no more show up. but yeah. They get me every time. And like I feel like I've become accustomed to know their sound and to be able to avoid it, but they get me every single time I play a new Minecraft game. Like I will die to a creeper at least once, if not multiple times on the playthrough. So no worries. It happens. Yeah, that's true. Like if there wasn't uh the surprise element, I guess, or if there wasn't something that could take you out, um yeah, no, I get you on that. As long as they don't take out your sorting or your storage, it's fine. um those are those two places, no. You you would touch those and we're gonna have an issue. I am gonna try to take on these pirates, or at least give them a shot or two, because the frigate from the faction is coming over here to fight these pirates. So he'll take them out for me, I think. I just have to let him engage that guy first. See, he's flying over here to shoot them. So if I put any damage into him, I should get paid by the faction for helping defend them from pirates. I mean, we're chipping away, actually. They're not as overpowered as I thought. Okay. JK, we're totally fine here. It's worth doing this because you get turrets and systems, and we need both right now because we have basically none. But that's an additional gun, chain gun. And we got one of the hacking systems. That's kind of cool. Let's take a look at that. So we got Chameleon, Defender, Detector range. Oh, okay. So this is if you're transporting risky stuff. Oh, Pastafarians. Oh, I see. Yeah, right. Yeah. Ooh, we got 44,000 whole dollars. Not dollars, credits. For defending those pirates. But cool. That probably is enough for the ship upgrade, I would think. We don't have the titanium yet, but if we fly back, hopefully we hit a resource depot in this sector. Or we'll encounter a large titanium asteroid. That would be good as well. Just because we can mine at one place for a while, not have to move. It also wouldn't be bad if we could find a captain. Even if it's an untrained captain, honestly, an untrained captain on this ship would be fine. Let's see. Doesn't look like anyone... Or, well, that maybe doesn't actually show you the captains. No captain. We'll look while we're here. Might as well, right? We probably won't be able to afford it, but who's to say? We might be able to. And even if we can't, we might be able to if we sell some iron to the resource depot out there. And then we can fly over and grab it. But there actually are no captains in this sector, and that's fine. That happens quite frequently when you're on the edge of the galaxy like we are when you first start out. Yeah, as we move in towards Neonite, we'll encounter some stations with captains. I think this is only like the 3rd or 4th sector we've been to, so it's not like we've traveled all that far yet. All good, though. We will probably just keep pushing inward, I think, is the idea. Because, yeah, there's a resource depot and we could sell the iron if we wanted to. I'm not actually going to do that because it's more likely we'll encounter a sellable asteroid or a claimable asteroid that we can sell instead. And I'd like to keep the 20,000 iron because I want to say that's enough for the Neonite combat ship that I have a template for. Because that one does utilize, so like if I go in here. Neonite combat. Yeah, 15k iron. So we have the iron for that ship already, which is good because assuming we, I don't know, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Hopefully that made sense. Probably didn't, and that's mostly my fault. Oh well. Let's go warp. Or hyperspace jump, I guess is what they call it. Same thing. Probably didn't want to get sued by Star Trek. Lol. Are you talking like the multiplayer build your own robot battle royale type thing? Or team battle type game? Because if so, I know what you're talking about. And yeah, the building elements and kind of like the texture design is kind of the same. Yeah. No, I get that. I could see that. Um, it is kind of like that. Or from below. Yeah. For sure. Like, I don't know. Right. That's true. It's also similar to Empyrean a little bit, because Empyrean you build your own blueprints and stuff like that. Yeah, I haven't played From Below either. I've watched a little bit of it, but awesome. Um, uh, there is some titanium there. I really want to find a captain, because then what I can do is I can build a second ship. And once I do that, I can automate a ship to go out mining for me, and then I don't have to worry about mining the asteroids quite as much. And I can focus more on, alright, I'm trying to get into the middle of the galaxy and just kind of push forward on that, right? But we can kind of do both, I guess. We'll get there eventually. Oh, thank you for the host, Miss MSX. I appreciate that. Another thing I want to talk about that they added with this update is if you want to warp to a sector that's out of your normal range, it'll plot an intermediate course for you, so you don't have to keep opening the map up every time you make a jump. You can just set the target system and it'll plot the number of jumps you need to do in between each. So like when I jump to this sector, it'll automatically set the course to the next sector that I'm trying to go to, which is pretty cool. It's a good like quality of life update, I feel, because sometimes like opening and closing the map a million times gets tedious, to say the least. But now you don't have to, unless you want to. Sometimes it's satisfying to hear like the sound effects and stuff that they have associated with the different menus. So like opening the map has a different makes that sound or whatever. And plotting the jump route sound makes the like dinging sound or whatever. I don't know. Whatever you're into. Not saying that I'm into that. Whatever. I think it's a good quality of life update. Good job, Avorion devs. Is what I'm trying to say. I'm hoping that we hit an equipment dock sector, just for two reasons. One, I wouldn't mind looking to see if they have some good systems or turrets that we could potentially pick up. Like, I wouldn't mind getting a second titanium mining laser, or an R mining laser, or an R salvaging laser, or something like that. Just because it's, even if they're not the R variant, that's okay. I just would like to get some additional titanium level lasers, but there is a claimable asteroid here, so that is a good find nonetheless. And there's an equipment dock in this sector, so we'll mark it with a note like we do with the anchor symbol. Or that's how I do it. I think it's a little bit easier to look at than the like notepad icon or whatever that they used to have. So good improvement. I can tell much faster visually than like reading text that I wrote myself, because I have to open up less menus and things like that. But anyway, another good UI improvement. I'll show you what I mean again, just in case you don't know. But we get some rep out of this one. So if you right click on these, you have the add note. When you used to click it, it would just put this icon and you'd add your text. Now you can set the icon it adds. I'm going to put this one because there's a shipyard, and you can still add 300 characters of text if you want, but that's fine. I'm just going to put the icon because that tells me there's a shipyard here. So if I want to build the ship, I can come into this sector and build the ship here and not have to worry about any of the block placement limitations that are implemented with this update. So that's a good thing. I do that when I encounter it, just because sometimes you're looking for a shipyard and you're like, oh man, I don't know where they are, but I know I've seen a bunch of them because I've been warping around for a few hours. If you leave those notes, it'll be a little bit easier to tell which shipyards you came across, like where they're at, so you can get back to them later. Anyway, that's how I do it. Gather up some more titanium. Honestly, we could just stay in this sector and mine the titanium we need to upgrade the ship, and potentially just do the ship upgrade, because realistically we only need the shipyard in order to do that, and then we could potentially put on the radar system that we got given, which would show us hidden mass sectors, which are more likely to have claimable asteroids in them. It'd be good to get the ship upgrade, mainly because we want the additional subsystem socket, but ooh, he's got a smuggler. These guys unfortunately are not capable of doing trade missions. I made that mistake the first time I played. I thought, oh, smuggler, that sounds like someone that would trade things. And yeah, they don't really do that. So you're looking for a merchant if you're trying to get a captain for automated trading. We haven't encountered one yet. We'll talk about it when we do. Or when we hire one, I guess, maybe. Either way, probably both points. I changed my mind. We're going to warp out of this system. Keep pushing inwards towards the Neonite region. It's not a big deal necessarily. I mean, granted, you get more titanium and iron the farther out from the center you are. But if I put 2 or 3 mining ships in the Neonite region, I think I'll get enough iron titanium residual from those that I'll be okay. Because I mean, technically I could fly the mining ship back out to the edge of the galaxy. I just don't really want to wait to automate it, is the thing. But, we'll see. We'll play it by ear, I guess. Depends on what turrets we have as well. Because really we need to get more combat turrets. Otherwise we won't realistically be able to set up a second ship because it'll be too weak. And the headhunters will come and take it out. Let's see. I'm just trying to see if there is a claimable in that cluster of asteroids there. Doesn't really look like it. Okay, that's fine. There is titanium though, so we will mine up some titanium. See one there, but there's a couple chunks right here, which are on the way to the resource depot up ahead, which will probably sell a little bit of the iron that we've mined up, just so when we do complete the ship upgrade, it doesn't completely wipe us out of credits, because I want to be able to pay the crew after we do the upgrade. And it's good to have, you know, like 100,000 credits or so, which we don't even have that right now, but it's good to have about that much so you can afford like turrets and stuff if you come across them. But not a big deal. This is a larger titanium asteroid, I think, so we'll maybe get a little bit more than 1,000 out of it. It's harder to tell with the titanium and trinium asteroids if they're large or not, just because they're this like spiked square type shape, as opposed to like a oval or oblong circle type shape, sphere type shape, whatever. But yeah, anyway. Alright, cool. So we're just gonna wrap up mining these titanium asteroids to build our ship upgrade. Mainly because there's a resource depot in this sector. I guess we do need to go to a shipyard sector in order to effect the upgrade, but we're going to stop off at the resource depot here to sell the iron, or some of the iron that we've gathered, to help give us a few more credits, just to make it a little bit better or easier on ourselves. But yeah, Avorion's great. It just takes, like, if you want a chill game that takes a while to finish, Avorion is a good one. That's what I will say. Because it takes a little bit to progress, but I think it's satisfying when you do progress finally, because it took you a while to get there. But anyway, depends on the type of game you like, I guess. Nice, those are good games. I do PC Building Simulator is another one that I like. That's a relaxing game. That one's not bad. What else do I play? Like Bloons Tower Defense 6 isn't bad for like a relaxing-ish game. I don't know. I like having a few different ones to pick from. Nice, that's pretty solid. Lately, I've been playing a fair amount of Splitgate. Has been my latest vice. um, that game, then Avorion, I've been playing a fair amount lately. Outside of that, I play a game or two of Northgard every now and then. I don't know. That's a good game too. It's just I don't always feel like playing an RTS because it's more intense and not as relaxing as some of the other games. Granted, Splitgate is not all that relaxing either as an FPS, but that's what I've been playing lately. I tried to play Apex the other day, and yeah, the lag was unreal for me. So I played like one game kind of, and stopped because the lag was too real. Like literally I couldn't even walk. It was crazy. So yeah, I'm assuming it's probably a graphic, like an update thing. I have no idea. Because it didn't used to be that bad for me, but now it is, so. I don't know. We'll see, though. Like, I want to play some more Shadow of Mordor. I started streaming that, and I do plan on streaming some more of that. I just haven't picked that game in the lineup. Or felt like playing it, I guess, is a more apt description of that. But no, I plan on finishing out the campaign on stream for that game because it's pretty fun. I do like that game as well. I've been tempted to try out Far Cry 6, but also part of me kind of wants to wait until it gets a couple more patches and stuff like that, just in case it changes a lot from now and like 2-3 months from now. Also, it'll probably go on sale at some point around the holidays, is my guess, so I might be able to get it for less than $60, which would be awesome. I don't know. I've also been tempted to play some more Empyrean, Galactic Survival, but also Empyrean's great. I get bored with that game so fast, and I'm not 100% sure why, because it's not like there's nothing to do, because there is a lot of stuff to do in that game. It's just eh. I also have been tempted to play some more Dyson Sphere Program. I know that game has had like several updates since the last time I played it, but I just haven't booted it up. Same with Planet Zoo. I haven't played for a little bit. That's a nice, relaxing game. If you're looking for a chill one and you like animals, Planet Zoo's a good one. See, when Cyberpunk came out, I was real tempted to buy it when they put it half price on the Steam sale on like the day after launch or whatever. But back then I was only rocking an R9 graphics card, so I was afraid that if I tried to boot that game up even on the lowest graphics setting, it would melt my computer. So yeah, I didn't end up getting it, and I still haven't played it, but I kind of heard that, like from what I've read on reviews and stuff, the single player campaign is not super duper long. Um, and honestly, I don't want to spend all that much on a game that I won't be able to play for a long time. I don't know. And I know that it's kind of like a Grand Theft Auto type of a deal where you can make more content for yourself, sort of, but also that kind of gameplay tends to make me bored, so I end up not playing the game anymore. But we sold 10,592 iron to this station. It gave us 60,000 credits. That's cool. That's cool. We're up at 300k now. Not terrible. We should be able to afford the upgrade at this point. So let's see. Well, we can't because we're not in a shipyard sector. So we could warp back here since we are in range. I think what I want to do instead is keep pushing inwards, because we should hit another shipyard relatively quickly, unless I get very unlucky with the jumps here, just because we are in the center of a faction, so normally there's 3 or 4 shipyards relatively, like in a circle around a faction. It's like central region, if that makes sense, hopefully. Whatever. But yeah, hopefully this will have the shipyard and an equipment dock all in one, so we can upgrade the ship and then fly over to the equipment dock and get something good to fill the extra system socket with. Right? Yeah. You don't have to, like, you don't have to worry about some crazy prefix before you say the number. I feel you on that. It's like, oh man, I've got 300,000 and that actually is a lot. But there's a claimable asteroid in this sector, so even though it didn't have the building we were looking for, or the station, the shipyard, we could make another couple 100,000 off of this probably. So we'll go ahead and do that. Why not? Why not? Really, I would say to set up the first trader ship that we're going to do, we need to have at least 5 million. Oh, nice. That's awesome. I haven't hit that quite yet in like my bank account at once. I think I've generated that much across all my ascendancies. But yeah, I haven't had a quattro decillion, or however you're supposed to pronounce that number. um, yeah, yeah, I feel you on that. It's 14 times a trillion, it's 14, it's trillion. So if a trillion was 10 to the 1, a quattrodecillion would be 10 to the 14th trillions. I believe. I may be wrong on that. Mathematicians, don't roast me too hard if I am. But yeah. I'm content with my 12,635 titanium. I can stomach that number a little easier. Um, anyway, yeah. Mm, I think we will grab this titanium before we warp out, because it's here. Because, I mean, realistically speaking, we want to have enough titanium not only to upgrade our primary ship that we're flying around in, but we also want to upgrade or have enough resources that we can build a second ship as well. And we're not going to build an iron-only ship because those are garbage and not even worth the resources, so we need to have some titanium to at least build like a basic ship for automation. Oh, nice. That's awesome. It's good working in 64s as well. The math of Minecraft is satisfying because it's not too complex, but it's complex enough that you need a calculator. Yeah, pretty much. So you one aspect of the game is building up like your fleet of ships because you can have several. There is no actual hard cap on limit on the number of ships you can have in a game outside of what your computer can physically process, or if you're on a multiplayer server, that might be different. But since we're playing single player and I have a decent computer, there's no hard cap limit on the number of ships you can have. You also can build, so like you see these space stations around, we can build all these space stations as well, but they'll be ours. So that's the secondary bit. So here's a merchant captain. Part of me is, you know what? We're going to go buy this captain. Because in order to run the autopilot, so there's a basic tier autopilot, which is this guy. You need a captain. But there's a more advanced automation system that they implemented with the update. So basically you can give your ships that you're not personally flying, that are not player controlled, missions to go around and gather resources or to trade resources, explore sectors, raid other factions. Like you can do a lot of stuff with the automation menu alone that can generate you a time-based economy. So basically, if I buy this merchant captain and I have enough money to build a ship to put that merchant captain in that has a cargo bay large enough to carry like a reasonable amount of cargo. I have a template for one. We'll take a look at how much that actually costs in a minute. I want to buy the captain first. But that's requirement 1. And then requirement 2, you automate them inside of like a square of space basically. And however many sectors are inside of that square will determine how many different trade routes could be profitable. And then in addition to that, you've got like the station type. So these different stations sell different things. So like this is a medical supply factory or repair dock, so they'll sell medical supplies. So if I go into trade goods, this is what they sell, or what I could sell to them are all these different items. So basically, depending on the stations inside of the box of the merchant's ship, will determine what resources it can trade, which will determine the cost to enter a trade route, as well as the potential profit off of the trade route, which is controlled off of sector demand for goods. So it gets like insanely complex. Like really quickly. So I do plan on making like a standalone video that kind of explains the trading automation mechanic, like the merchant setup like how to set that up, because there's a lot of different things you want to keep track of. But you are correct. The general premise is you fly your ship around, you gather enough resources and defeat enough enemy ships that you're able to get to the center of the galaxy. So the ultimate goal is to get into this tile right here, 0, 0, and the final boss is in this sector. It's a pretty tough fight. I haven't actually ever beaten the final boss, mainly because it takes like 100 hours to even get there, and at that point I'm generally burned out. But assuming you get there and fight and defeat that boss, you basically have beaten the game. On average, I think it's about 100 hours on a normal playthrough, or at least it used to be. I don't actually know what it would be with the like building mechanic changes that they've implemented, because it does impact how quickly you can kind of go inwards, because you can't immediately, like, just because you find Neonite doesn't mean you can build with it anymore. And that goes the same for all the resources. So like there is a time gate for each resource you encounter now. But that's the general idea. So you go gather resources, build up your fleet of stations and ships to generate more resources and credits for you so you can get better weapons and better ships. And then eventually you fight the final boss. And there's 8, in order to even get to the center, you have to first cross what's called the barrier, which you can't warp over initially. You have to gather 8 artifacts in order to warp across it and find a special sector to unlock the warp gate to do it. And you have to fight a bunch of yeah. So there is like progression to the game. But expanding out your automated fleet is a really good way to make the game easier. So like when you're going to fight the bosses, right? I could go fight the bosses in this ship we're flying right now if I really wanted to. The thing is that I'll get destroyed. And yeah, I could also upgrade the ship. We have the resources for that. But I don't have the resources to upgrade my ship and build a second ship yet. Eventually, I'll have a large enough fleet of automated ships that I'll get enough resources to not only upgrade my ship, but to expand my fleet with more ships without actually needing to mine anything myself. So that's kind of the initial part of the game, is building your economy on resource side. Then you want to build up your credits through trading and building stations yourself to sell resources to the factions that are in the universe. Then you kind of progress into taking on the bosses throughout the game, because you'll have generated enough like resource in the game that you can afford a good enough ship to fight them without getting destroyed. So you go and fight all the bosses, get into the center, and fight the final boss, and that's kind of it. Once you beat the game, of course, you can continue playing and all that good stuff, which there is post-game stuff you can do. I have a DLC for it, so that adds like a whole host of additional missions and progression that I can also explore if I so desire. But there's alternative like post-endgame bosses that you can fight as well. And if you defeat the final boss in a specific way, you can get it to respawn every hour, so you can continuously fight the final boss. And you can kind of like try to approach it different ways and whatnot if you so desire. If you don't want to start over, that is. But yeah, it's good. So, I mean, obviously, as you're progressing through the game, you're gonna expand the library of ship templates that you have and stuff like that. But yeah, exactly. Like, you don't even have to finish the game. You can still have fun just playing and progressing through the different building materials that are available, the bosses on the way to the final boss that are available, clearing up the pirates. Like, there's pirate sectors all throughout the galaxy as well that you can go if you're interested in combat. There's mining, there's scavenging as well, which we haven't done yet, but basically you fly around and harvest the resources from destroyed ships and stations and things like that. So you can do that as well. But yeah, you can basically stop whenever you want. It's nice in that sense, because you go at your own pace. If you want to play like once in a while for a few hours, that's totally cool, because when you load back up the next time in a few weeks or however long it's been, you can pick up where you left off with relative ease. So that's, I guess, another thing that I really do enjoy about this game is you don't have to worry too much. So we got this new icon, this little triangle. So our ship is weak compared to others. That means that our turrets and our DPS is no longer sufficient to compete with the general baddies that are in this region of space. And that is because we're getting close to the Neonite region of space and we haven't upgraded our turrets from the starting ones that they give you, which are not good at all. Like, the starting turrets are not good at all. They're good enough for iron because basically nothing attacks you in iron, but yeah, in the Neonite region, stuff is a little bit stronger. They have shields on their ships, and we don't have shields. We don't even have access to build shields. But it's all good. We can have that yellow triangle up there, or that orange colored triangle, and it's not going to impact our gameplay at all. It's when that triangle turns red that we have to be concerned, because when it's red, if you remain in that region of space without increasing your ship's relative strength, or leaving that region of space for a period of time, what will happen is a group of ships will hunt down that ship and destroy it. They call them the headhunters, and they're stronger relative to the normal enemies you'll encounter in that region of space and everything. So basically, if you see a red triangle, you want to leave that part of space, like basically go the opposite direction from the center of the galaxy, and upgrade your weapon systems and your armor and shields before you try to venture further into the galaxy, because your ship's not good enough yet. And it kind of is what it is, so not a big deal. You want to upgrade your ship as you go anyway. It's kind of part of the way to, or it's the way that I have found to be most successful at getting through the progression relatively quickly. So we're in a neutral zone. That's not bad. The warp gate that we went through did pretty good. It jumped us quite a bit. That's like 3 warps of our ship in one. And yeah, we had to pay a few thousand credits for it, but worth it. I mean, this ship isn't terrible. Like, what I could do is I could maybe build one of these back. So we're in a red triangle sector now, and we can stay here for a little bit without having to worry. Like, basically, I need a shipyard to upgrade to the titanium ship that I want to use, and we'll be fine on that icon. Like, it'll go away because the hull will increase substantially. But yeah, we need to find a shipyard, and we haven't come across one yet. We should be okay. You do get like 10 to 15 minutes before the headhunters come and hunt you down. So, yeah. I think we'll be able to find a shipyard before we get destroyed. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. If we do get destroyed, all that means is we're going to get teleported back to our home sector. And, yeah, have to fly all the way back out here. So it'll take us a while, I guess. But not too long, I suppose, as well. We might lose the turrets and systems in the ship, however. But there is some Neonite down here. So we are in the Neonite region now, which is good. But really what I need is an equipment, or not an equipment dock, I need a shipyard. There doesn't have to be an equipment dock. Finding an equipment dock would be great because we probably will find a Neonite mining laser, which would be good to pick up. But really I need a shipyard so we don't get destroyed, or our ship doesn't get destroyed. They also did, okay, what up, dude? Yeah, yada yada. I don't care, man. I know about the pirates, and they're mean, and they'll come and hunt me down. Let them try, is what I have to say to that. But no worries. We'll get there. I do need some fairly large chunks of Neonite, though, in order to upgrade to the Neonite tier ships that I want to fly or use. We also need a couple million credits for the templates that I have saved that utilize Neonite, just because they are substantially better than the ones we're building now. So this is our starter ship. We can afford it. Can I actually afford the titanium combat ship that I built? Not quite. I don't have the titanium because there's a lot of armor on this ship, but we'll build that later. We'll start with this one. And that did remove all of our turrets, so no worries. Let's just make sure our system stayed intact, but not our turrets. So let's build a turret base real fast. If you hold control when hovering over a block, it'll match the shape. And then let's go ahead and install some combat turrets to begin with. Okay, so we're good with that. And then on this, we'll throw on our purifying mining laser. And then we can also fit our salvaging laser. Which you technically can use the salvaging laser in combat. If the ship you're attacking doesn't have shields, the salvaging laser will mine the hull, assuming it's Neonite or lower level. But there we are, easy enough. And there is a large Neonite asteroid down there. We are going to go hire some crew from this station first. But just like that, we have upgraded our ship. I am going to just adjust the height real quick. You do that by holding Shift and A, or Shift and Alt. Will allow you to toggle the default height setting. But yeah, yay, we got our new ship. Woo, woo. It's a little bit faster, supposedly more maneuverable. It's not faster now because we don't have the crew that it requires to actually fly normal. But once we get to this station, we'll have all that. We'll pick up some Neonite. We won't be able to use it right now. But assuming we encounter a resource depot, we can sell it for a lot more credits per unit of Neonite than the iron sells for. I believe Neonite's in like the 15 region, whereas the iron's around like 5. It's like 3 times more valuable, which is good. But let's fly in and try to get crewed up, which we should be able to. Normally, I think all the stations have just basic untrained crew, which is good enough. Like, I don't need the specialized guys. All these templates will work with just generic Joes, is what I like to call them. But, anyway. Let's fly over to this dock. Hopefully it'll pick up relatively soon, and we can attach, hire the crew. Then the ship will fly a lot faster. We'll go mine some Neonite real quick, just because we can. Subspace signals. Now that's either Zotan or pirates. Either way, we should be okay in this sector. There are faction ships patrolling that will take care of any enemies that happen to warp in. But there we are. We are now crewed up. No, don't crash. Yeah, we haven't crashed yet, which is surprising to say the least. Normally I crash all the time. I need to put that on 3. There we go. There we are. Mining laser armed. Let's get us some Neonite. Yay. We're gonna go mine that large Neonite asteroid is what we're gonna do. What's going on? Is that not the titanium laser? No, it is. Huh. Oh, I guess they changed this. So I actually need a Neonite laser to mine Neonite now. Interesting. Alright, fine. Am I sure that's not a bug? There we go, okay. I was gonna say, that's a little punishing if that's a new feature, but it's not. You can mine Neonite with titanium mining lasers. For whatever reason, it just wasn't doing it. It's probably because I had the salvaging laser on that control group initially, and then removed it while the group was active and didn't toggle the state again for the game to refresh and update. But no worries. We fixed it. Get us some Neonite. We can't use it, but we can mine it. Yeah, I gotta... Basically, in order to unlock the building knowledge, or Neonite building knowledge, or Tier 3 building knowledge, is what the actual item's called. There's a few options available to us. Option 1 is we can go and clear a sector that has pirates inside of it. And after we defeat enough pirates made out of Neonite tier ships, they eventually will drop the building knowledge for Neonite. The other option is you pick a faction, you generate 65,000 reputation with that faction through whatever means you so desire, and you purchase the building knowledge from the shipyard. I forget how much it costs. It's not too much, as I recall, though. The big thing is getting the 65,000 reputation. Does take quite a while. Selling the claimable asteroids is a good way to get started because the first one sells for between 10 to 15k if they're a neutral faction. However, if you sell multiple asteroids to the same faction, eventually the reputation you get drops off to the point where it's not really worth doing anymore. Um, from a reputation standpoint, you'll get more credits the higher reputation with a faction you have. So, yay, I guess that's good. But basically, the way I build faction reputation is I'll sell them claimable asteroids if I can find one, that I can do that with. Outside of that, building a station in their space or their region of space will build reputation over time, because as you trade with a faction or they trade with you, that builds reputation based off of the credit value of exchanged goods. Another way you can build it is you automate merchants over a faction's region of controlled space, and as they trade with that faction's stations, your reputation will build slowly over time with that faction as well. So there's a few different options. Selling resources is another decent way to get reputation initially anyway. Eventually, selling resources doesn't give you all that much in return, just because your reputation with the faction is too good. But when you're neutral standing, so when they're like this purplish color like they are now, selling resources that are resource stock to this faction, depending on how much it is and how much it's valued at, will generate us a decent amount of reputation with the faction. So as far as for Neonite building knowledge, I kinda wanna unlock it via the shipyard if I can, just because it'll be less expensive most likely to do it that way, because we won't have to build a combat ship to clear out a pirate sector. With that being said, it just depends on what happens first. If we have a combat capable ship that can clear out a Neonite pirate sector, we'll do that. But if we can afford the building knowledge and get the reputation with the faction first, we'll just go that route. Whatever gets us Neonite building knowledge faster is what we're going to do. So, okay, there's a large iron asteroid there. I guess let's add the note, or this is strategy or strategic view. Might be able to see the large one from here. No, not really. Okay, let's add the note that this is a shipyard sector. Keep track of our stuff. We'll come over to this sector. There should be an equipment dock relatively close by, I would think. Since we entered a faction that's in the Neonite region, I'm expecting to find a Neonite level equipment dock relatively soon. Normally you do. It only takes 2 or 3 jumps usually. So hopefully that happens for us. Alright, so no equipment dock, but there is a decent amount of asteroids. It's good to keep track of where there's a lot of asteroids in just the basic sectors. And the reason for that is if you automate a mining ship, you can tell it to only stick to safe sectors. It's like safe mining, I think is what they call it. There's a setting for it in the UI. If you toggle it, it won't go to hidden mass sectors, and basically it removes the chance of your ship being attacked, because there will be faction combat ships protecting it, regardless of where, even though technically it's not that faction's ship, if pirates warp into that sector and there's another faction's combat ship there, it'll go and attack the pirates for us. So anyway, can take advantage of that. You get a little bit less resources when you automate in safe mode, but unless you have decent weapons on the ship to lower the ambush percentage down below 10%, it's probably worth toggling that, I would say. We'll take a look at it once we get a mining captain, because you want a miner captain. You can do it with an unaffiliated or untrained captain, but a miner captain is what you're looking for usually, because it'll increase the yield and the amount of time they can go mining for. I'm just checking these stations real quick to see if they have captains. They don't, unfortunately. Let's check the repair dock. Maybe they do. They don't. I think I need to be blue standing with them to hire a captain anyway, so I guess that's fine. Do we go west? I think we go south, honestly. Like, might as well keep pushing in towards the center. We're not at a point where our ship is gonna be attacked, so, or like hunted out specifically. It wouldn't be bad upgrading the generator on this, just so we have a little bit more capacity, which I believe there's headroom of at least a full system socket, if not like 1 or 2 of those. Like, how much titanium? We got like 4K titanium. Not a whole lot, but a little. Probably want to mine some more. I want to see if I can get normally you get a free second ship from the adventurer dude when you warp into these sectors. Like, normally that happens, and it hasn't for us yet, which is okay. But I'm kind of waiting for that ship to be given to us because I can throw some mining lasers on it and use it as an auto miner, and then I don't have to go around and mine the asteroids as heavily. Assuming I go and buy a miner captain. I don't... Or actually, he might give you a captain with that ship. I don't remember. I don't remember. Oh well. Let's look and see what these jabronis got. No captains. Why not? I want a captain from you. And it doesn't specifically have to be from this faction. I just want a captain that's a miner or a salvager. Either or. I know I said, I think earlier on stream, that getting a salvaging ship set up first is probably the right move, which it probably is because of the system and turrets you get out of those. In addition to the resources, whereas mining just gives you the resources usually. Yeah, it's kind of, we're at the mercy of what type of captain we encounter. Also, I need to go to an equipment dock to be able to get some mining lasers because I really don't have any. Same with salvaging lasers too, for that matter. But you can store several captains on your ship. I think the only requirement is you have to have a crew quarter slot open to house them as if they were a normal crew member. But outside of that, you can have like 20 captains all on one ship and fly them around with you. And then when you're ready to put them where you want them, you can do that. You can just transfer them off the ship. Yeah, a captain pick card. Maybe. I think you can actually name these guys, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I believe you can. Nickname. There we go. Oh, you can't change their actual name. That's his nickname, but... Either way, Captain Picard reporting for duty. Fun stuff. Lol, right? Okay, we're going to go through this warp gate because the next system is quite far away. So we're in the outer region of this faction, so there are like inner and outer regions of faction-controlled space. So in the outer regions, you'll find more asteroid systems, more like base production factories, mines, that kind of stuff. And then in the inner faction sectors, you'll find like your equipment docks, your high-tech factories, repair depots, all that good stuff. So it's kind of cool. They've separated that out. It is like an actual feature of the game now. It used to be a little less noticeable, like you'd encounter a bunch of asteroid sectors all around each other that had mines in them maybe, but outside of that, it was kind of randomized a little bit more than it is now. So I like the change personally. I think it's a good thing, because you can kind of tell when you're getting close to where goods stations are. So like if you encounter high-tech stations, like this is an ammunition factory and turret factory, so we're getting, like, this is more like inner factory stuff, right? But the density of the faction sector should increase as well. We'll maybe fly in here and see. I really just want like an equipment dock is all I really want. Because if I can encounter an equipment dock, I can get another mining or salvaging laser that can mine neonite or harvest neonite level blocks. And then if I find the miner or salvager captain profession that I'm looking for, I can build an automated ship for a low cost and put the good lasers on it. Like, I'd prefer to do a salvager. Like, if I would like to find a salvager captain is kind of what I'm looking for. But I need to find an equipment dock as well. Now, this has a wormhole in it, in this sector, so we will fly through it just to see where it spits us out. And there's a claimable. Perfect. We'll go claim that first. Or, well, yeah, we'll claim it first, then we'll go through the wormhole. Now, wormholes can be really useful because sometimes they'll jump you, like, into the next tier of resource space. So, like, we're in neonite tier right now. So that wormhole may spit us out in, like, tritium level or xanian level even. It depends on how long it is or how far it goes and which direction and stuff like that, because they are randomized, I believe, in location for the most part, but sometimes they can be really helpful in getting you to where you're trying to go quickly. Either way, I usually fly through them, even if I'm not going to stay wherever it spits me out. Oh, we crashed into something. First time crashing. Lol. Oh well. Cost nothing to repair. But we made a few 100,000 credits off of that. Sell. So worth it, I suppose. We'll harvest up this neonite while we're here. Hopefully not crash again. And I'm just doing this because the asteroid's like right on top of us, so like we didn't really even need to fly to mine this. And it's good to have a little bit of neonite. We can always sell it later. And when we do eventually get the building knowledge, having this available to us means we can place some shields or a hyperspace core or upgrade our generators straight out the gate to neonite. But let's fly through this wormhole and see where it goes. Lucky, lucky. Take us to Xanian. Take us to Xanian. Now, we'll get destroyed in the Xanian sector because our ship's definitely not strong enough to be there. It doesn't even have shields, for goodness sake. But knowing that this wormhole takes us there would be great, because we can fly into... We basically fly to this sector and can jump from Neonite to Xanian in one move, as opposed to like 20. So it did take us inwards. That is good. And this might be Xanian region. I can't actually tell because I don't believe there's anything in this sector with us. It's just the wormhole. But let's go ahead and add that right there. I could try to warp into a sector. There is one in range. Let's just warp here real quick and see. Like, yeah, we're in Xanian region. It says tier 5. That means we're in Xanian. Okay, cool. We're not even going to mess with that then. We'll just fly back. We'll come through that wormhole when we're ready to advance into the Xanian region. Which will be later. It will be later, so no worries. We need at least trinium before I even want to venture in that area. Because, yeah, we might see some Xanian asteroids, but we can't actually mine them yet. We can't even place a turret that would be able to mine them because we need trinium building knowledge to build a trinium base block to house the base trinium level turret to mine a Xanian block. So, no worries. Not a big deal. It's a large cluster right there. But we'll add the portal note so I know that this will warp me to Xanian or take me to a wormhole sector, which is good to know, usually. Try going to that one next. But I believe there was a large neonite down here. That's just a jumble of asteroids, smaller ones. Where was it at? I know it was on the way when we flew to the wormhole from the claimable. Which the claimable is... Let's just jump into this real quick. I just figured there's a large neonite asteroid. It might be worth taking the time to go mine that. Yeah, this is it right here. Let's go mine that real quick before we jump over to the next sector in our nav computer has calculated out. Just because I would like to have a little stockpile of neonite, we might be able to sell what we mine here in the next region, or the next sector, for a little bit more cash, which we might need. Well, we definitely need cash right now, but of course this guy's gonna start mining it now that I'm here. Jerk. Oh well. They're reserved. You suck. Get out of here. I wouldn't mind making the upgrade to our lasers. I just haven't encountered any of them for sale yet. Forget it. We're not going to mine anything. I'm over it. Right? I know. You see me target it and come over and like start mining it, and then you start mining it right after and then get pissed that I'm mining the same asteroid as you. Well, like, then don't come mine the asteroid I'm mining, bro. It's alright, though. Alright, shipyard. Just a shipyard. Dang it. I mean, I guess it's good, but also, why couldn't you have an equipment dock as well, my friend? That's all I want. I gave him a chance at redemption. If he had a salvager or a miner captain in his crew, I would have forgave him, but he didn't. Oh well. Nah, he's still forgiven. Shipyards are good bros. I can come by tier 3 building knowledge so I can place the neonite we've mined on my ship from him once we get enough reputation with his faction. Oh really? You have 200 billion banked up? That's not bad. Yeah, I think so. You could, if you haven't done like the fortune cookie upgrade or the other like golden cookie upgrades yet, you could do those. You can get the remaining kitten upgrades. But the like more expensive $1 billion or billion heavenly chip upgrades are the pet your dragon, which I don't believe actually does anything except for give you a one-time achievement, which yay, I guess. And then you've got 300, I believe. 300 billion is, or 333 billion maybe even, is what's required for the other upgrades that might give you something useful. Oh, nice. That's pretty awesome. What does the Dragonflight actually do? I don't think I've socketed that bonus on my dragon yet. Or maybe I have, but I haven't actually encountered a Dragonflight. Because it seems like it should be better than like the 777 clicking frenzy, but I don't know if it actually is. Oh, okay, I see. That's cool. Oh, okay, yeah. It's just a different type of bonus, but it sounds like it's pretty strong though if it swung you up really. Yeah, I mean 21 ascendancy level, or 21 billion ascendancy levels is quite a bit to go up in one jump, more or less, you know what I'm saying? Hopefully, you know what I'm saying. If not, oh well. Oh, I see. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. The only way I would view that is that if you add another option into the potential pool, wouldn't that lower the odds of the 777 clicking frenzy buff though? I don't know though. Yeah, I have no idea. There's so much min-max meta to cookie clicker that yeah, I'm sure it's calculatable, to determine which one's better, you know, but eh. Do you want to take that time? Do I want to take that time? I think the answer is no. So, no worries. I'll have to try that because I think right now I have the Prism one socketed for sure because I think I like that one better than the JavaScript console one. That gives you the mix of all of them. But the second one, I think I'm doing the grandmas or something like that. Yeah, most of the calculation stuff is like super outdated because it was before they even added in like 3 or 4 of the types of buildings and stuff like that, and the game ended a lot sooner. So, I mean, some of it's still relevant, but once you get like at the point where you're in the hundreds of billions and you're towards the end of the Heavenly Chips Ascendancy tree, I don't believe it's super relevant anymore just because a lot of that has changed. As I understand it. I could be wrong on that, though. Ooh, what is this? Okay. We're at war with these dudes, apparently. Interesting. I haven't actually encountered a faction that I've been at war with right out the gate. Cool. Well, cool and also not cool, because it means they'll come and harass us and attack us. And we can't go into any of their sectors either. We could try to negotiate a peace treaty, I guess, but that costs resources and credits that I don't really want to spend on that right now, but maybe later we can try to patch things up. Or, since they decided to be at war with us from the get-go, we'll maybe raid their sector to get the goods we're going to sell to the smugglers for money, because that's another good way to make a lot of credits in this game. Alright, well, I mean, I was thinking we were going to hit an equipment dock relatively quickly, but honestly, we have not. Asteroid sectors, which are not bad to find, don't get me wrong. It's just not quite what I'm looking for. I think the issue we're probably going to run into is the equipment dock we're going to find is going to be a Trinium level equipment dock instead of a Neonite level 1. So it's going to have turrets that are too good to be placed on our ship. Uh, Hopefully that doesn't happen, but I kind of have a feeling because, well, maybe not. I guess we're kind of moving away from the triangle icon went away, I guess, which means we're moving out from the center, but whatever. Guess it doesn't really matter. Take what we get. I don't really want to be in a sector that's empty like this when if it's the Zotan, it's not a big deal. If you don't fire a turret, they won't attack you. But if it's a pirate attack, which it could be either, they will attack you. And if you're the only ship, there's no one to come save me, and my guns are not good enough to fight pirates, I don't believe. without getting destroyed, because they send 3 usually. And their ships will be about on par with mine, most likely, if not stronger. A lot of stations, but no docks. So this is just a general guy. So they're lucky. Navigator. I mean, we can technically use those, and they'll acquire the profession that you give them. I don't know what these guys are actually used for. There's a few different captains in this region, though. Or there's 3 captains. 2 that we can use for what we want, so honestly, we should just go buy both of them. So we'll pick up both of these captains. So there's one at this station, and then there's one at the other factory. We're going to buy both. They're both just basic, non-professions, which isn't ideal. We got the merchant, which is good, because you want the merchant if you're going to set up a trading ship. I don't have the money to set that up yet anyway, or the resources really to build that ship yet. So that's fine. However, I believe I have the resources to set up a basic iron, like Neonite region refining or purifying miner automated ship. So we're going to try to do that if we can. And so this captain or the other one, it doesn't realistically matter. We'll kind of take our pick when we set up the ships and build them. One will be a salvager and the other will be a miner, and we're going to set up an automated ship for each and start their missions ticking. So this one just has 1 perk, 60k, but it's a positive perk. So like the various perks on the captains do impact their success on missions and things like that. So like this guy having cunning, I believe, decreases his likelihood of being ambushed, or their likelihood of being ambushed, whatever their gender actually is. Doesn't, I don't believe it actually says, but that's fine. Whatever. It could be something other than a him. So fine. Acknowledgement made. All right, let's go ahead and just pick them up. We're gonna hire them to our crew. Zemsa, the cunning captain, manages to evade her enemies. So it is a her, okay. But if they do get caught, it's going to be in a large group. So if they do get ambushed, it's going to be like 6 ships instead of 3. But that's okay. So we bought a couple captains. How much resource do we actually have? Not a whole lot. I'm just going to take a look at our templates real quick and see. So this one I won't be able to afford. I don't have the titanium for. But I could build this ship and maybe upgrade it a little bit. And build 2 of them. Let's go over here and see if there's some titanium just chilling. Because if so, we'll mine some titanium real fast. And I can use that iron ship template that I've got as like a base. And then we'll throw some titanium bits on top of it to make it strong enough to be in this part of space. I really do need an equipment dock though, because I don't have any combat turrets to place on those ships. Like I could take... I think I have 1 combat turret, which may be enough for one of the ships, but not for both. Both ships are going to need a gun to be in this part of space, or like a combat turret, almost certainly. Mainly because I don't want to spend the resources I would have to in order to upgrade or place enough armor and stuff block-wise with titanium to make the ship strong enough that it wouldn't need a weapon at all. So we're gonna see if we can't pull this off. I'm gonna try to get the Salvager set up first, I think, because if I get the Salvager set up, that will at least start yielding me some turrets and some systems that I can then place or use to build more automated ships, assuming I get the right type. If nothing else, I'll get some good, or maybe not good combat turrets, but some combat turrets that I can place on my ships to give them some DPS so they don't get destroyed. Or like they're strong enough they won't be in headhunter weakness territory, you know what I'm saying? Hopefully that made sense. But anyway, gather up a little bit of titanium. I mean, really I probably want to gather one more asteroid, at least, if I can find it. I thought I saw a second one. Yeah, there's one over here. There's one up there too, but I believe that one's a little bit smaller. So there is trinium in this section. So the blue, like, cube-looking asteroids, those are trinium. I can't mine trinium yet, so I'm not even going to bother. So it's not bad. Like, you go from neonite to trinium relatively quickly, so those, like, gathering those two types of resources happens fast. I also don't have a cargo bay. I should maybe build one for this ship. I guess it doesn't really matter. Just a waste of resources and money at this point. So your health will slowly regenerate over time, assuming you've got adequate mechanics on your ship, as far as the crew's concerned. That lowers the resource and credit cost of repairing your ship. However, if a block actually was destroyed, you'll get this. You have to go into building mode and click the repair button to actually restore the broken blocks. Just a little tidbit in case you didn't know. Let's go mine this titanium real fast. Ugh. Yeah. Just to prove that we're actually playing full collision damage. Outside of just looking at the setting, like when we crash into stuff, it does destroy us. If you crash into things slowly, it's not as big of a deal. But if you're going fast, like full speed into an asteroid, would destroy like half our ship probably. And that does go through shields, FYI. Granted, if we were to put like a or actually this might have an integrity field generator. I don't recall if I put one on this ship model or not. But that increases your hull strength and durability, specifically against collision. Or modifies specifically against collision. We can't build ships here anyway, there's no shipyard. So we'll go on to the next sector in the chain. Hopefully there is a equipment dock in this one as well. And a shipyard, so we can not only build the two ships we want to build, but we can also potentially buy the turrets that we want to, you know, equip those ships. You know what I'm saying? So there is a shipyard, cool. And an equipment dock, awesome. So we did find a sector. Put a Starboy on that. Let's see what this guy has at the dock first. So I can't buy this one, unfortunately. The rest of those, not super amazing. S tier double R miner, neonite level. That would be really awesome to get, because it's almost 95% efficiency. I can't buy it, and I wouldn't be able to place it, I guess, so oh well. I can't actually place any of these turrets because they're all neonite level, and since I can't place a neonite block, I can't actually use them. So we found an equipment dock and shipyard, but we didn't actually find an equipment dock with stuff we can buy or place. Use? One of those words. I don't know which one. You pick which one you like best, I guess. So we're gonna jump out from the center of the galaxy a little bit farther and hopefully find another equipment dock. Just because we need to purchase titanium or lower tier turrets at this point in the game, because the highest tier material we have to build with is titanium. I mean, we have some neonite, we just can't build with it, so that includes turret docks. You can't build a neonite turret dock to put a neonite cannon on until you have neonite knowledge, so bear that in mind. That's why with Avorion 2.0 update, it does increase the length of time you're going to be playing each game, I think, just because it takes longer to actually unlock being able to use all the new resources as you encounter. You don't just have to encounter them, you have to encounter them and, like, be strong enough when you encounter them or have good enough standing with someone who's close to where you encountered it at to be able to use it, so it takes a while. I mean, the combat with the pirates, I think, is you have to sustain like 10 or 15 minutes of combat with pirates in a sector of the region in order to get the building knowledge to drop, or something like that. Maybe it's ship count based, I forget. But to purchase it, 65,000 reputation, 65,000 rep with the faction. It takes a while to build that up. So yeah, expect to go up to each resource tier. So from like titanium to neonite, neonite to trinium, and trinium to xanium. Expect to play for a few hours, uh, just focused on unlocking that building knowledge in order to get it, because that's, at least in my experience with it, that's how long it takes. But it's still good. It's fun. We're making decent progress, all things considered. We've only been playing the save for a couple hours, and we're already in the trinium section, so not terrible. We just don't have the building knowledge to actually utilize those resources yet. We'll get there, though. I'm going to mine the second titanium asteroid up above as well. Yeah, it is good. I mean, it's slow right now once we get some automated ships up. So when I get that salvaging ship that I want to build and the mining ship that I want to build up and running, it is going to change. Well, it'll take a little bit before the resources start coming in from those, but it'll change kind of how the game progression is going to feel, because we'll have stuff coming in automatically that we don't have to do. So you have passive generation, so your active playtime can be focused on other things a little bit more, which is nice. I mean, technically I could set this ship to autopilot, but since I only have one ship, it's kind of like might as well do it myself type of a thing. It'll be a lot faster if I do it this way. So, yeah, but it is an option. Cool. Let's get this one. Oh, pirates. Awesome. What the... Or, well, there actually isn't a faction ship. Okay, that's kind of terrifying. Set a warp point. We'll mine this out. They're probably going to go after the faction ship, hopefully. Doesn't look like any of them have torpedoes. Hopefully they don't. We'll find out. We have a full battery, though, so we can warp out right away if we need to. So I'm going to finish mining this, even though we're taking some chain gun shots. Come on. There we go. Boom. Alright. That worked. Kinda. I mean, we took some shots there. It'll take a while for our crew to fix up the ship, but that's okay. None of the blocks were actually destroyed. We didn't actually get destroyed, so all's good in the neighborhood as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, there's a frigate in this one, so we're a little bit safer here. But I mean, basically, I think if I go scout out this faction a little bit more, I'll maybe find an equipment dock that has turrets of the tier that we're looking for. It's unfortunate that we don't have neonite building knowledge. Otherwise, that equipment dock we were just at would have been fantastic. It has a lot of really good stuff there, but, well, system-wise, it was kind of lacking. It had 2 decent systems. And then turret-wise, it had some decent stuff, but unusable. Unusable, which sucks. Oh well, we'll come back. It's marked on our map, so find it later. So we got that energy low warning when we were warping right there. So in the new update, if your energy storage isn't large enough, you won't actually be able to warp at all. When you do that charge up, it'll act like it's going to warp you, but if you run out of power at any time, the progress bar will empty very rapidly. So like you can start and stop when you're going to warp somewhere. It's just if you don't have a large enough battery, you may run out of power and then have to wait for your battery to recharge a little bit before you can keep going. On this one, we probably will take this long gate up north. That'll most likely get us to where we're or like the region of space that we're trying to get to. So that's good. Save us some time on warping. Besides, it's good every like second or third warp jump when you're, or at least with this kind of a ship where it has decent battery and everything. It's just not super huge, so it doesn't recharge amazingly quickly. Um, it's good to take a break from warping sector to sector every 2 or 3 sectors you jump, just so your battery can recharge all the way. I mean, granted, I'm using some of the battery to boost over to this gate, but in the grand scheme, it's not that much compared to warping. Warping would take like half of the bar that we've got right now. Alright. Ooh, we got a casino in this sector. And this thing is new as well, the travel hub. Basically, the way this works... Oh, we can't do business with them, but... You click that travel hub top option in that station menu. And it'll allow you... you pay them, and basically it'll increase the range of your hyperspace jump. So like if you want to travel really far distances, you can go there, pay them like 1 million or however much it costs credits, and then you can do a jump of like 40 sectors instead of only the 10 that you normally can do, or whatever, however much it is. Like it scales differently and there's different options, but that's the general idea. So those are good to use, I guess, if you're going long distances between places or something. I don't know. I haven't personally used one yet, but we probably will during this playthrough. I feel those will become more valuable once you have Avorion and you're able to jump across rifts in space and time. But I don't know. There's probably use for it before, like I guess if you have ships up in the Iron region and ships down in the Tritium region, you can maybe go to one of those hubs and warp them from either location in one jump instead of like 50. It's another scrapyard. I mean, I could go and salvage the ships in here if I pay these guys, and could potentially get turrets and systems that I'm looking for, but I'd prefer to just buy them at the equipment dock. I've got the cash, I can afford a couple. I honestly should be able to afford a good mining laser and a good salvaging laser, both titanium level, if not a couple of each. So, and still be able to afford the ships I want to build. We'll see though. So I'm thinking the inner region of the faction is going to be like right here because it's, whatchamacallit, like there's a lot of stations right here. You also can kind of tell by the color of the sector, so it's easier to tell up here. So like this is outer region is this darker shade, the inner region is this lighter shade. So this is kind of going to a lighter shade, so I think if we keep pushing in this direction, we'll enter the center of the faction, which should have an equipment dock somewhere in its mitts, however you, yeah, whatever. I know how to pronounce it, I just didn't pronounce it right. No biggie though. Alright. Um, One thing I am kind of shocked by, we haven't encountered an Operation Exodus beacon yet, which normally I hit those like, or at least in the last playthrough, or the other game I've been playing on, I hit an Operation Exodus beacon in like the third sector I jumped to or something crazy like that. Normally I encounter them relatively quickly. I mean, it doesn't matter. I don't plan on doing that mission for a while, mainly because it takes forever and sucks. And I live streamed me kind of doing that mission once on an older version of this game. So I won't torture you guys. I plan on gathering most of the Zotan artifacts outside of the boss fight ones, maybe, like off stream, because it's the same for everyone pretty much, and it is kind of dead content, unfortunately. If you want me to show it, however, be sure to let me know, and I'll change that. I'll just record it. It's not a big deal to me necessarily. It's just I know that it gets boring seeing the same thing over and over again, right? But anyway, oh, no worries. We almost ran out of power on that last warp, so I'm glad that we didn't. It would have sucked if we did, because the jump would have stopped. But no worries. We made it. We just are going to have to wait a little bit for our batteries to recharge, I think. But no worries. Our hyperspace core has to recharge anyway after making a jump. I usually use that time to take a look around at the asteroids and see if there's a claimable that I can see. There is an actual system that will detect them automatically for you. I usually don't want to waste a system slot on it, however, because you can generally see them visually without the system and be okay. Ah, dang it. I thought that was going to happen. Now we just gotta wait a minute. No biggie. Alright, that's probably about enough. Yeah, we could have jumped 4 bars earlier. Oh well. And each ship will have a different threshold on that. It depends on what the actual values for your energy storage and your warp requirement is. But for this particular one, we need a little less than half of a full battery to jump. And I designed the ship that way on purpose. It's mainly so after you warp to wherever you're warping to, you can still like use your thrusters to get around if you need to. So like if you warp into a group of pirates or something, you may need to fly away quickly, and if your battery is dead, you're not going to be able to do that. So yeah, anyway, that's what I shoot for. I try to like double the actual requirement of the warp jump when setting that up. But let's go through this warp gate, I think, is what we're going to do. We're still in Neonite, so I mean, like, we've got room to go up. I mean, technically we could buy the turrets we're looking for in the Titanium region as well. It's just if we do it in the Neonite region, they'll likely be slightly better on the stat side. Like, they'll be slightly more efficient, slightly higher DPS in the Titanium variants. Just because the tech level of the equipment dock will be higher. Oh, well that's stupid. If it warped me through the gate, how do I crash into the gate? Oh well. We'll see how much damage that did. Looked like it took a pretty large chunk out of our ship, though. I've never had that happen. Normally, if you touch the gate, it like you won't collide with the gate because it isn't direction focused. But not that time. Blew out a thruster or an engine. That's a significant amount of damage right there. Can we even afford to repair that? I guess. We're gonna let our engineers kind of repair the ship on their own first. Because if we wait for our health bar to go all the way up to the green, it will cost a lot less to make the repair. We do need to click the repair button at some point though, because the engine will not come back until we do. Okay, cool. Alright, this looks like a pretty dense region of populated sectors, so that's good, maybe. That's gonna drive me crazy. We'll just pay it, forget it. I don't think we'll make it this time. So that's what happens if your battery does not have enough capacity when you try to warp. Ship runs out of power, and basically you gotta stop and wait for your battery to recharge. Alright, cool. Have an equipment dock. Just have the equipment dock with the shipyard, please. I want to buy my turrets, build my ships to automate them, and be done with it. Nope, another scrapyard. Crap. $46, $41. Go to this one. What I will probably do when I build the first ship, after I get it crewed up and put the captain on it, I'm going to send it on a scout mission, which will take about 10 minutes, but it'll identify all the sectors inside of the square where I set his range for me automatically, so I won't actually have to manually fly there and do it myself. I really like that automation command. It's new with this update, so like that is definitely a really nice quality of life improvement in my mind. I'll show you how to do it in just a minute. Once we hit an equipment dock with the shipyard. And I can build my ship, right? But we are in the inner section, so you can see this is a darker shade of purple than this is a lighter shade of purple. That means since we're in the lighter shade of purple, we're in the interior of this faction's region of controlled space. Cool. Alright. Man. But if I put a scout ship like right here, he'll identify a lot of sectors for me and it'll save me so much time. It'll be awesome. Because you might hear 10 minutes and think, oh, that's a long time to wait just to get some information on the map. But compared to the probably like hour it would take me to jump to all of those, factoring the hyperspace cooldown and everything, the 10 minutes is definitely worth it. Way faster. And doing that will make it easier for me to set up a trader or a merchant in this region of space as well, because I'll have all the stations identified for him already, which will make it less likely for the ship to get ambushed while running the trade route. I mean, you can deal with that when you build a merchant ship. All you do is you scout out the area you're going to automate it in first, and that makes it reasonably safe, but there's a variety of ways you can do it, I guess. So one of these, this one maybe, sure. Have an equipment dock, please. I just want some mining and salvage lasers. That's all I want. Nothing fancy. Nothing fancy. I mean, I guess I need like 2 combat turrets, but I hope that I do too. Yeah, fingers crossed. It's gonna be this one. Well, not quite. Oh well. I think we go up instead of down. The other benefit of automating this ship to scout for you is when you're looking for like an equipment dock like we are right now, you'll have the sectors with those already found. So you won't have to search and make 1,000 jumps and take an hour to find one specific building, you know? So we found it. Yay! Yay! All the way up here. So like, let's just zoom out for reference. So we were down here. Had to come all the way up here. Hopefully it has what we're looking for. Watch it not. Just as like a big middle finger to the streamer, right? Lol. No, I'm kidding. Usually this is in the proper region, so hopefully it'll have something we can use. If I can at least get one other ship built, I'll feel a little bit better. Because like that's a big milestone, getting a second ship set up. Goes a lot faster getting every subsequent ship after that. I mean, I could look and see what this guy is selling before flying over here, but it's not like I really need to go to any of the other stations. And I don't want to immediately rage out the second I find what I was looking for. So we're going to fly over it so I can at least be kind of satisfied we found what we were looking for, you know, like a minute or two. You know what I'm saying? Nah, it'll probably have what we need anyway. It'll at least have some combat turrets that we can purchase. And, I mean, I guess if we're building a ship with only one of each laser, it's better than not having the ship at all, but I really am hopeful that they'll have Mining, salvage, and combat turrets that we can purchase. Why not? You won't trade? Why? Are you kidding? Ugh. You guys are the worst. They won't trade with me because I have too low of a faction reputation standing with them at neutral faction reputation standing with them. That is dumb. Okay. I guess we will try flying out to this sector. Maybe we can find an equipment dock that wants to take our money. Right? I mean, that's interesting. I always thought if it was neutral, even if it was on the negative side of the neutral bracket, they would still trade you equipment. You just wouldn't be able to buy everything. But apparently not. It's alright. We'll find another one. I believe this is a different faction up here, so we'll be alright. Because I think that other faction's where we bought the first two. Or, well, no, we bought the first two at the starting faction, I suppose. Let's see, so these guys are the B subsies. See if these guys are also the B subsies. If they are, then we need to go farther. If they're not, then we're good. Same dudes. Sad face. Ogonite Dominion, eh? You're quite far away from Ogonite, my good sir. That's on the other side of the barrier, and you're not even in Neonite. This is where that warp gate would maybe come in handy, because if I knew that I needed to come all the way back up here from where we started, I could have just paid those dudes, you know, some credits and done it in maybe one jump or like 2 jumps instead of like 50. So yeah. We didn't have enough power to make it, so I just stopped before we run out. So these guys are the Tetakilt followers, I think, is how that's supposed to be said. I'm probably wrong, whatever. But they are on the positive side of the neutral bracket, so hopefully they will trade with us. They should. They really should. That other faction probably should have as well. Just an oversight, maybe. Or maybe not. Maybe that's a new change to the faction stuff. Because they did supposedly rework a lot of the like reputation stuff, the factions with the new update. All right. But that's fine. Having a couple of different factions to trade with is fine as well, because you can put a different merchant ship in each faction, so they don't overlap, and then you won't run out of trade routes as quickly. Just thinking about it. Must be some good stuff in this sector. It's taking a minute to load. And that loading time is dependent upon how many entities are in each sector. So it's either an asteroid sector or it's like a really highly populated station sector, would be my guess based off of the load time. Asteroid sector. I would guess 2,500. 2257. A little over. But we're not playing the prices right, so a little over is okay. I could mine some more titanium out here while we're in this sector because there's a lot, but that's alright. I'm not worried about that. I just want to get to the next equipment dock. Okay. North, I think. So we'll go through this gate. Let our batteries kind of charge a little. Sweet. I wish it would say what the station was before you warp there. Or like what was in the system before you warp there. I guess it makes sense, otherwise there wouldn't be that it doesn't do that. It makes sense that it doesn't do that because otherwise there wouldn't be a reason to like warp around the galaxy all that much. Like you wouldn't have to explore as much, which is a big aspect of the game. So, is what it is. Did we get lucky? We did get lucky. There it is. Well, I say we got lucky. Let's fly to him. He's only 36 away. That's a lot closer than the other one. And there's a few asteroids, so if we do need to scrape a few more resources together, there's several titanium asteroids that I can just see from here. And there's some iron as well. So let's jump in, buy our turrets and such that hopefully this station will have all of. Tractor beam in. I do that for two reasons. One, it instantly slows your ship or stops your ship. And then two, it brings you into docked. I wish we could buy this. Gold level combat system is really good. We could get the mining system, wouldn't be terrible. We probably should buy some arbitrary turret control systems. We're going to want that. This, I'm not going to buy. It doesn't have economy overview is the reason. And let's see. So we've got a reliable purifying mining laser we can buy one of. Then we've got two salvagers. I could go an R salvager. I'm not going to just because that would mean I have to build a cargo bay. I'm going to buy these two titanium lasers as well. And then we need some just basic DPS. So buy those chain guns. And that's probably all we want to spend money on at this point. Just because we're going to want some cash to actually build the ships with some left over so we can afford to pay the crews after. But what I'm going to do is just fly out right here. We're going to fly our drone. You push T when you're not selecting anything to hop out in the drone. You can also go up and there's a button for it, but we're in the drone. We're going to go up, hit found shift. You can also hit B. And this is going to be the salvager. So LD7, Salvager 1. And we're going to apply the basic iron template to begin with. And then we're going to kind of upgrade some stuff. So first things first, we're going to throw in some generators. Okay, 1.6. Energy container can be a bit smaller. Cool. It's enough they can warp. 3 times more than what they need to warp, actually. We will throw in some iron crew quarters because I know we're going to want it. Sure. Outside of that, we really should probably throw in a little bit of armor. We can put an integrity field generator. That will boost its hit points considerably. If I rotate it like this, can put one there, or we'll turn on the mirrors to do this. Can put it like that and get the whole ship covered. And that'll increase its HP a little bit. Throwing in just a tiny bit of titanium armor. Give it some more hit points, make it a little bit tankier. Okay, that's probably all the titanium we should really spend, so we have enough for the other ship. I mean, this thing's going to be super slow, but let's get some turrets on it. First things first, we are going to want to put in one of these controls. So this one gives it 3, this one only gives it 2, so I think this is the one we want. Okay. Then this is the Salvager, so this one is going to get the salvaging lasers. So I like going DPS per slot. It doesn't really matter. The salvaging lasers are probably the best anyway. So let's see. Titanium, Purifying Salvager, 17.5. So these are better. Put 2 of those on, like that. That actually got rid of the DPS problem that we were having. And then we're going to throw on 1 chain gun just to be extra cautious. Granted, there shouldn't be anything with shields in this region of space. Crew-wise, we can probably staff most of this. We need 1 more guy in order to fully equip this. And we're going to have to fly over to our ship anyway to get the captain that we're going to put on this ship as well. And then we can go ahead and get it automated. So we'll hire... We need a miner, right? Cool. So he's set up. Now, we're going to fly over to our main ship. So, I mean, it's still reasonably maneuverable, and that's because of the size of the ship. Like, it's not a big ship by any stretch. So what we'll do, we got to get within, like, point... Like, this is probably close enough. Transfer crew. Do we want to send the Cunning or this one for a Salvager? I think we want to do this one because of the turret subsystem thing that they have. Assign the captain. We need to expand the crew quarter just slightly. And there we have it. Now I can enter this ship, and if I hit the map, you will actually see all the ships in range of our screen here will show up on this board. So if I click on the Salvager ship, I can click this and tell it to scrap, which is the salvage command, but first I'm going to have it go out and scout all of these sectors. 18 minutes to do that. Let's reposition it. So it's like here. Okay, good enough. Or actually, you know what? Recall that, yes. I forgot to toggle a setting. Add captain's notes. Turn that off, otherwise it'll put the little note box icon on all the sectors that the captain uncovers. I don't want that, so I'm turning it off. If you do, that's fine. Just don't click that setting to turn it off. But let's build our mining ship now. So LD7 Miner 1. And we're going to do pretty much the same thing, and in fact we can probably go into our autosaves. which is a beefy folder because this is all the autosaves from my other game as well. But if I go here and pick one of the more recent ones, not that one. Is it this one? Yep. Pretty close. That has the extra. It's this one. So we'll do this. Whoops. Not what I meant to do. Shrink that. Put in the extra crew quarters because we know we need it. Delete that off. Oh, this has a cargo bay. Okay. That's fine. We'll delete those off too. We don't really need that. Alright. We will put on the integrity field generators like we did with the other one. Turn on the mirrors first. Perfect. Actually, these should be marginally taller so it actually covers that top portion of crew quarter. And then we are going to put in some titanium armor. And this might be slightly thicker than the other ship. It's not a big deal. It's more or less just to give it a little bit of extra hit points so it doesn't get attacked. Or like it's a less tempting target, you know? Hopefully that made sense. But there we go. Okay, that's probably good enough. If I add too much more, it'll go super duper slow. We're going to turn that off. That's fine, that's fine. Let's go ahead. We're going to put in the turret system. We're going to staff our crew. And let's put down our turrets, shall we? So, did I give... No, there was only one good mining laser, so okay, that's fine. Put on this guy. These are iron level. I mean, it's still better than not having them, I guess. So we'll put 2 of those on. Then we'll throw on a couple chain guns for good measure. And we've got the slots, so might as well, right? It'll protect the ship, so if pirates do happen to attack the sector it's in, it won't get destroyed as easily because it has these additional dudes. We are going to just hop over. I guess I could staff the additional 2 as gunners, and we'll pick up the miners from the station. But then what I'm going to do with this guy is I'm basically going to automate him to mine. I'm not going to scout with this one. I could scout with this one as well and cover, you know, like this lower region maybe or something, but like let's just take a look and oh, I forgot to transfer the miner or the captain. You can do it from this ship, so don't crash into him. Whoo! Whoo! Just barely missed. Oh my goodness. I am surprised we didn't just smash into him and obliterate his life, because that's what would have happened. We were going too fast. We'll try to just take it nice and slow up next to our ship. Alright, close enough. We'll give him a captain. There you go, good sir. Hop back in, go in, set him as the captain of the boat. And it's not a boat, it's a ship, because we are cool like that. And then we can go in to scout down in this region for me. Like that. 18 minutes as well. Fine. We'll do it. It's probably worth it. I mean, once both of those captains are done with those orders, we're going to have a lot of information about what's in this region of space, which is a good thing to have, I guess. So fine, we'll do it. I am going to mine up some titanium in the meantime, just so I have a little bit more in our stockpile. Because if we do end up crashing into something with our main ship here, we won't be able to repair it if it requires too much titanium. So we need to build up some reserves again. We'll also do the same with iron. Not a big deal though. But we're up to 3 ships now, which is pretty awesome. They're both just doing scout missions for the time being. But once they return, we're going to go ahead and get them automated up so they can go out and salvage and mine for us respectively. Which will be good. We'll start getting a trickle of resources in automatically. We'll also get some turrets and subsystems and stuff automatically as well. which is pretty good. So, yeah, looking forward to that. We'll wait until the 2 missions finish up. Oh, adventure mail. Yeah. Well, I don't have that anymore now, do I? So please go away. All right, there we go. I don't. Yeah. Yeah. Good plan. Yeah. Yeah. Sounds like it, right? We'll see what happens, I guess. But I am kind of curious to see what kind of stations are around here, though, because if it's a lot of high-tech ones, that means I should probably consider putting a trading ship for this faction as well, just because there will be a lot of profitable trade routes in the region, depending on what the factories are. Because it does depend a little bit. Like having a large resource diversity is good because it'll give you more options when you go in to automate the merchant. The other thing that I guess is worth mentioning, when you automate the ships to go on missions, you can provide escort craft to go with them, which lowers the probability of ambush dependent upon the like combat strength of the escort plus that of the ship actually doing the mission. So when we increase the size of our fleet a little bit more and we have some combat specific ships built, we can start sending those along with our resource gathering ships. So in particular with the salvagers, it's more of an issue. Like miners, it's not quite as much until you get deeper into the galaxy where they're getting ambushed. Like normally they don't have an issue at all. But salvagers, they go where there's been combat, so it's way more likely for a salvaging ship to encounter like enemy fighters or whatever than a miner. So sending an escort with a salvager may make the difference between having to fly it out from an attack versus just letting it do its automation for the few hours that you can set it for. So it's worth pointing out. You don't have to send an escort, but it gives you like a checkbox selector list type thing where you can pick the craft to send as its escort. Yeah. I think the craft has to be within so many sectors of the ship you're automating or sending the command to in order for it to be listed as a potential escort. It may even have to be in the same sector. I don't actually know, but I believe it can be like a sector or two away, and it's not a big deal. It's just it has to be close. It can't be on like the other side of the galaxy, and then magically it's there to escort this ship, right? Sweet, we're almost up at 3,000 titanium again. Which, I mean, based off of the ships we just constructed, that's all we realistically need titanium-wise in order to make a viable ship for this region of space. If we go into the Neonite, we'll need to have a lot more titanium on it just because of the HP requirements, but that's alright. Eventually we'll start generating enough titanium and stuff. We'll just start using either this titanium starter ship template that I have, or I believe I have a titanium cargo ship template that I have, or it might be set as a base Neonite ship, but I can downgrade it to titanium only, and we can use that instead. It's just a little bit... It's a bigger ship, so it can house more subsystem sockets, it can have more crew, it's faster, it's less likely to be destroyed or attacked and things like that, so upgrading the size of the ships is a good thing. It's just you can't always do it all at once. And realistically, like the 2 ships we just built, I probably won't ever touch their designs again unless I end up moving them deeper into space later on in the playthrough, which doesn't really make sense to do. Realistically, you should just add a new ship and keep the ones you have doing what they were doing before, because then expands you every single time, as opposed to only potentially expanding you every time, right? Because 2 ships can gather more resources than 1 in the same amount of time. Or, I think I said 2 ships gather the same amount of resources as 1. What I meant was 2 ships will gather more resources in the same amount of time when compared with 1. It should be about twice as much. So, like, it's worth building additional ships almost always, because it increases your base production, whereas transitioning them from doing one task to another only moves production, which may result in an overall increase in productivity, but you could maintain the production that you already have and just add to it by building another ship and get the same amount of productivity increase, but you didn't lose any at the same time. So there's like no production cost that way. When you add more ships, it's just resource cost. Alright, I do want to mine this larger iron asteroid. We'll get this titanium on the way over, these 2 titaniums. Just because I know I need a little bit of iron as well. I could mine the smaller ones, but honestly, I'd rather just sit at a larger one, because I'm not going to mine all the iron. Be here for a long time. And I probably won't mine all the titanium either. It's just, we're waiting for those scout missions to wrap up, so, because I'm going to have to give automation commands again after they do. But in the meantime, might as well gather some resources, because we almost have enough raw material to be able to build an additional ship. We don't probably have the credits to do it, but material wise we're set, so we're halfway there. That's how I view it. I think we need 50,000 titanium for the next, or to upgrade this ship to the titanium combat variant that I have, which has a lot of hull. I think it ends up with a total health pool of like 300,000 or something like that, which is not bad when you don't have any shields, and you're limited on ship size. And it's not like garbage maneuverability either. It's like still, you can still fly it and like aim fairly well and everything. It doesn't have any cargo bays, which is kind of unfortunate because you won't gather the scrap that blows off. But if you have a automated scrapping ship, when you put it when it's doing its automation cycle in that region of space, it'll gather up that stuff for you. So you don't necessarily have to collect it with the ship you're fighting with. I believe the Neonite variant that I have as a combat ship does have a few cargo bays on it. Or not a few, but like 1 cargo bay, just so you can hold some scrap material. I think it also has a torpedo storage, because if you take out the torpedo gunboats before they fire off all of their torpedoes, they do actually drop them sometimes. So you might get a few free torpedoes, which those do get pricey. I rarely buy them because they tend to not be all that effective against the enemy ships, but if you get them for free, have at, I guess, right? Now there are some subsystems that dropped off of those ships, so if you see the like green and orange beam that's glowing on the left hand side of my screen right now, those are systems that dropped off of ships. So there's a green and an orange level system or turret. It could be either or, that dropped. So we'll fly over there and go pick that up before it despawns. I'll finish mining this, and then we'll come back to the iron. What I'll do though, just so I can find this spot again, is I will set this as my target, and then I can turn like this, and you can see them from pretty far off. They like glow or whatever. So there's an orange one and a green one. So the green one's a tier 3, the orange one's a tier 5. The orange one could be pretty good depending on what it is. I hope it's kind of like a system instead of a turret, and it's like a trade system would be awesome. Because well, it's hard to buy the orange level systems because you have to have a reasonably high level reputation with the faction you're in. It's a dual Scorcher turret. Okay. Okay. Combat turret. Not terrible, I guess. Could probably swap out the chain gun on this ship. And then we got a cargo extension. The question on that is it a percentage or flat value? So it is percentage, so it is the better version of the two. And then on the turret, I have to go into player menu and look in our inventory. So 121, and it's only a single slot. That actually is not a terrible turret. So let's go ahead and upgrade it, shall we? We'll delete off this chain gun turret. Put in this one. Is this also? That one is as well. As are these. Here, I'm going to upgrade. So if I do DPS per slot, it'll sort these based off of how good they are. So that should have increased our base DPS by a bit. So we're at 214 instead of like 100 now. So it should be better. Remap all those so we can turn them off. Oh, did I miss one? Must have. Okay, cool. Has this respawned yet? 2.5 minutes? Okay, I can wait that. It's not that much longer. I did just deselect the large iron asteroid we were going to go back to. Shoot. That was dumb. Should be fairly easy to find, though. I believe it's just, like, yeah, it's right here. And I'm primarily mining this iron because I figured that if I mine out this whole asteroid, it'll give me enough iron to build the next, like, 2 or 3 ships that I'm going to want. So I shouldn't need... Like, you generally don't need a whole lot of iron. You still want to have it automatically being produced, so you want a miner that gathers it, but you don't need it in as large of amounts as everything else. Because once you have access to, like, titanium, you really do want to build with titanium or whatever the best tier building material you have access to is. I will just mention, if you were waiting for the cookie clicker video, it should be going live in the next, like, 3-4 minutes, so, yeah. The 8th Ascendancy cookie clicker video will be posting later today, in like 5 minutes or so, or at the top of the hour, so if you are looking forward to watching that, it will be available to you shortly. I kind of talk about what I did when I had 100 billion legacy levels since the 7th Ascendancy gathered up or earned, whatever you want to call it, and what I spent them on, how I set my permanent upgrade slots, all that goodness. So if you're into Cookie Clicker and want to watch it, be sure to check it out on the YouTube channel. Just search for Lone Debater 7 on YouTube and it should take you right to it. Yeah, there's like almost nothing. Like the upgrades start costing hundreds of billions each. So like there's a handful that are sub 100 billion. They're like 50 billion plus. And then there's a bunch more that's in. Yeah, there are some that are in the trillions, but there's some that are 333 billion. I think there's three of them that are at that price. I think there's one at 900 billion. I think you have to get like, I calculated it, I believe, to be like 1.2 trillion or so legacy levels is what I need to unlock the rest of the stuff I can see in the ascendancy tree, which I believe there's more beyond what I can see as well. So there's a lot left. It just takes a while to progress through at this stage, just because the numbers are so big. So I like the cookie clicker game. Like, it's fun to play and everything, but yeah, I mean, uh, realistically, going up sooner, the only benefit that gives you is you get the slight increase in percentage on your cookie per second production. But if you bank up the full amount, it doesn't hurt you necessarily either. Just less times clicking the ascend button, I guess. I think there also might be an achievement or a hidden achievement if you uh, unlock all the ascendancy and under a certain number of like ascendancies or whatever. Like, you can only ascend a few times or so many times. Oh yeah, you make like almost nothing. And the reason for that is, right, so before I ascended in the episode that's going out today, I had like 15, 16 billion ascendancy levels. So adding the 100, well, that sounds like it should scale crazily. It doesn't really, because I'm getting about 10 times more than I was, because I had approximately 10 times more ascendancy levels that I added to the levels I already had earned. So it goes off of the multiplication of the like, so you can calculate the like how many times more cookies per second you're going to get from an ascendancy in cookie clicker by taking your current production and your current ascendancy percentage multiplier, and then you take whatever number of ascendancy levels you're going to have, you add that to your current amount, and then divide the addition portion by your current amount, and that will give you the multiplier to multiply your cookie per second production times, in order to say this is how much you will have cookie per second production um, if you have the exact same buildings after ascending with the number of levels you have. That's how you calculate it. It sounds complicated. It's really like 4 or 5 button pushes on a calculator, so it's not that bad. But yeah, you need a lot of levels. So like, for a significant jump again in ascendancy, you really do need to hit the trillion mark, because then it's 100 times more than where you're at, most likely. Yeah, it doesn't take long to get back to where you were. So that is true. Like, it takes about an hour to get same building count roughly after you ascend when you get to the end game. So yeah, that is a good point. Especially if you get lucky and get the right golden cookie stuff. Well, there you go. You're doing fine. You'll get there. Yeah, it does kind of just convert to, let me wait for however many minutes until my cookies generate enough to buy the next thing, and that's about it. So it does, that is true. That's kind of what it turns into. Um, I like, I'll play for maybe a few hours at a time, and then I kind of get bored of playing Cookie Clicker and want to do something else. So I'll go passive. I mean, I have all the Twin Gates stuff already unlocked, so I can leave the game turned off for like over a week and still have 90% of my cookie per second production going. So I feel that's good enough. I mean, it doesn't really impact you that much. It's realistically clicking with the macro that makes you all your credits or all your cookies anyway. Yeah, the like Halloween and Easter always takes me a while. Valentine's Day is super easy. All you have to do is turn on the season basically and buy the hearts as they're made available to you and click the big cookie. Um, yeah, waiting on the reindeer can take a little bit as well. I think that's all I have left on mine at this point is I need like one more reindeer or something like that. I did get the others done. I got lucky on the Easter season. I had like 2 or 3 cookie storms back to back. And with Easter, you get the cookies from either popping wrinklers or clicking golden cookies. So I got like almost all of the Easter cookies from those cookie storms, which was great because, yeah, that stuff sometimes gets old, unlocking those again. But our ships have returned from scouting, so you can tell because you get this little fancy icon with the loot bag. That's because this guy found us a neonite mining system. Cool. Good job. Um, all right. So both of them are finished. If we look, we now have way more of the map unveiled. So we can kind of see these dark lines here are where the factions change. So this is the faction that won't trade with us. This one will. And this is a faction we have good rep with for whatever reason. Oh, wow. That is wild if it pops all of them. Okay, let's go ahead and automate this stuff. So we're going to set up the miner first. So what you do when you're setting up the automation for this, or the way, like the new automation, you can go in, switch to the crafting sector and do the AI thing like old school if you want. But the way you level up your captains and get them experience so they gain new traits is you actually send them on missions. So this is going to be mine, since this is the mining ship. And I am going to put him kind of like this, I think. Or, well, honestly, it'd be better if he was up this way because there's more asteroids. Like, these are asteroid sectors. So, like, you want to try to put your miners where there's going to be a lot of asteroids. You set the timer. Since this is a non-miner captain, you only get a base of 2 hours. As he levels up, you'll get more. So this one is not in safe mode right now. And it has a 6% chance of being ambushed. If I turn on safe mode, it goes to 0%. Now, it does change how much resources we get. Without safe mode on, we get like over 10k of each. With safe mode on, we can get up to 10k of each. So it does impact a little bit on what you actually gather, but by and large, I think it's worth it. I kind of want to put him down this area, though, because then he will have neonite in his reach, as well as titanium and iron, so that's a little bit better deal, if you ask me. One thing I will do real quick, you can also automate and enchain commands by holding shift. You can like jump him around where you want. So I'm going to move him down to this area first, because then he's deeper in the neonite region and I can get more neonite asteroids and increase the yields a little bit for him. But for the Salvager, same thing, you click them on their list and you click the scrap command, you get a similar type of box that you can center wherever you want, more or less. So I could go there. If I move it here, I think we'll do that, sure. We'll go 2 hours. So the scrapper, one thing you might notice, his ambush probability is a lot higher even though he has more DPS and is in the same region as that miner would have been. It's 12% instead of the 6. If we put him in safe mode, it goes down to 1%. So for the scrappers, it's almost always worth it, I would say. I mean, he's going to get like no neonite up here, but that is a point, I guess. He won't get any neonite up here. So honestly, I'm going to move him down as well. Put him down here, and then we'll automate him. So we'll let those guys kind of warp to where they're supposed to go. It just takes a little bit, because it's kind of like if you were jumping the ship, you'd have to wait for your hyperspace cooldown. Same thing on those. So it is like they'll travel as fast as their ship can travel. There are more systems up here, though. Yeah, green and a blue. So we'll go gather that. Well, shit. We crashed into an asteroid, apparently. Blew out an engine. Glad I mined that titanium now. I didn't even see that one. Didn't even see it. Oh well. Let's go grab this. But yeah, that scout command is OP, I would say. Because there wasn't... Like, you could kind of automate a ship to scout for you. But yeah, it's nowhere near as good as the command that they have in the game now. Now with this, we got a couple more combat turrets, so it probably would be smart to unsocket the combat turrets we've got and redo it based off of DPS per slot. So that one is most likely going to stay indefinitely. So I'll maybe put him next to the lasers that we're going to keep on the boat. But we'll throw on this one, and this one, and then this one. So we did go up a little bit. We could have put on this point laser instead, I think. So we'll maybe do that because this will give us some torpedo protection. I just need to build a titanium turret base out here. Is all. Oh, I have to repair the ship. Lol. There we go. What's cool about those turrets is you can actually automate them. So we'll put him on number 4. So if I hit shift, right click, I can set it to defensive. And now I've got a turret on the ship that can shoot torpedoes down as they're flying towards me. So that is good. That is a good thing to have. This equipment dock should be reset and maybe have some more stuff for us. So they do have another titanium salvaging laser. They have some more titanium miners. Nothing all that fancy if you ask me. We could get this. Wow, 6 turret slots? That's a heck of a system. I will take that. Because you have the problem of balancing how many turret slots can you actually fit because of the systems you have with how many good turrets do you actually have that you would want to put on your ship, right? So eventually we'll end up where we have a lot of really good turrets, but not enough room to put them on our ship anymore. So it becomes more of a, where can I get really good high turret count system sockets? So the 5 slots that I have allocated for combat turrets systems, right, will allow me to hold more turrets, because when they increase in rarity or the color changes from green to blue or blue to yellow or yellow to orange or orange to purple, it increases the number of, or it improves the perks and benefits you get from the system. So we'll go in, we're gonna buy that one, that's a good deal. Arbitrary, this is a civil turret one, which isn't bad. I can't afford it, unfortunately. I can get another one of those, however, so we'll do that. This is a radar. Oh, I can't afford that because I was dumb and bought stuff. Okay, let's sell some things. Chameleon I'm never going to use. These chain guns, yeah, they're not going to be used. Let's see. This system I probably won't use either. So, okay, we had a couple things we could sell. When those guys actually get automated, so the miner should be finished with its command, so we'll go ahead and get him set up. So mine, select the region, we're going to select right here, set it for 2 hours, in safe mode so he doesn't get ambushed, start mining. It'll give you a box which shows you the general region of space that the ship is in. So if it gets attacked, it'll be somewhere inside of this box. So if you want to station a ship nearby to protect it only if it gets attacked, just keep it close to this box. This guy is still warping. He has a couple more jumps, so we'll wait for him to get to where he's going. I mean, if I set him to salvage, or not mine, but scrap, right here. Is there neonite here? Only a little bit. So yeah, I want him to go down deeper into space first. He's got the lasers to be able to do neonite blocks, so it's kind of like I should put him somewhere where he can at least harvest neonite or encounter it, right? But that's my thinking anyway. Yeah. And this is just flying through a warp gate, I think. So that shouldn't take too long. We'll just wait for a second. Then we can get him set up. So there is a mobile turret merchant. Which if I had the stuff to build... Or well, he just sells them outright. Okay. Antimatter chain guns, those are actually pretty good relative to some of the other turrets that we have. 40, this one's not bad at 42. Really, I want over 100 damage per slot starting out is kind of good. So that yellow turret that we have, the laser turret, or the scorcher turret, whatever it was actually called, that's a good turret because it's over 100 DPS per slot, and at this stage of the game, that is kind of the best you're going to find. When we get up to Trinium and Xanian turrets, we're going to be looking more at like when we start using Neonite, we're going to look for 200 per slot in DPS. When we start using Trinium, we're going to look for 300. When we start using Xanium, we're going to look for 400 plus. And that's when we first enter Xanian. When we get to the end of Xanian, we're going to be looking more like 1,000 plus. So yeah. It scales kind of crazy. Like your damage numbers get crazy in this game eventually. It just takes a little bit. Because you have to, obviously, progress that far. Okay, come on, dude. Make the work. Oh, 25,000 titanium. Yeah, I don't have that, good sir. I mean, I could try to mine it, I guess. I don't really care about that. It would give me some more faction reputation and some money, which I guess would be good things, but really, if I mine 30 or 25,000 titanium, I'm going to want it for myself because that's almost the upgrade that I'm trying to do. So this is the ship I want to upgrade to. Next, it's my titanium combat frigate, or combat ship, whatever. I need 35k titanium. And the credits is not as significant, but a couple 100,000 creds. Make the jump. Oh my goodness. It should not take you that long to fly to a gate. The other thing to note, when you do automate your ships, you get, if you go into the fleet tab on the player menu up here, it'll show you the time remaining on the automation command. So we got an hour 56 left. It gives you a percentage, 3% done. And every 30 minutes when it's beyond an hour, and every 15 minutes if it's an hour or less, you'll get paid out the resources from these automated missions. On the merchants, it's every time they do a delivery run. So sometimes it'll be one run, sometimes it'll be 3 to 5, sometimes it'll be 10 to 12. It just depends on the mission and the size of the ship and stuff like that. But basically, every time it completes a run, you'll be able to collect the credits out of it. So that's how the automation works with the new commands. All of this stuff has been added with the latest update to the game. So if you're playing in classic mode, when you're playing Avorion now, you won't have any of this stuff that we're kind of looking at today. But if you're playing in the general like story mode, then you'll have to deal with all this stuff. So hopefully this maybe will give you an idea of how you can get started at least. IDK. I mean, technically I've got a system slot here, so I could increase the number of turrets on our ship. So this is an auto turret system. Okay. It might actually be prudent to put on the mining system for this one. I mean, really the radar would probably be better. It gives us deep scan without permanent. I think we'll just non-permanent install that so we can see the hidden mass sectors that are within two squares of our ship. But okay, let's go ahead and get the Salvager automated. So click scrap. I'll put them like that, I guess. Sure. 2 hours. safe mode, go. And that guy will get us both resources and turrets. So if we look, 2 hours remaining, 0% done. So these will tick over. At the end of the 2 hours, both of those captains will get experience for completing the mission. Once they get enough experience, they will level up. And every time they level up, I think there's a chance for them to re-roll additional traits. And when they are a proficient captain, so like the captain that we've got on our main ship here, the merchant, when this guy levels up, or this gal levels up, they're going to improve their ability to do merchant missions, basically is what happens. With the guys that are out doing the automation for us right now, since they aren't proficient, dependent upon whatever mission they do, when they reach level 3, that is what profession they will get assigned. So assuming I keep this captain only doing mining and this captain only doing salvaging, this will become a miner captain and this will become a salvager captain over time as I do more of those mission types with their respective vehicles. So that's kind of how the automation captain system sort of works in a general quick pass overview type of a thing. So hopefully if you're trying to get into the latest update with Avorion, that gives you enough information you can kind of get started at least. At this point, really what I need to do, I need to gather the resources to upgrade my primary ship. I need to gather the resources required to build another ship that has cargo bays on it. And I need to generate enough money, meaning the credits specifically up here, so I have maybe 4 or 5 million. That way I can send out and get a trading ship automated. And the reason for doing that is you want to be able to pay for the ships that are automated because all of them have crew costs. So if you're not generating money automatically, you have to go out and actually, like sell things and all that good stuff. So this does have an equipment dock and a shipyard, so I'm going to put the star on it. So you can go over the scan sectors. It doesn't automatically mark them for you when they're scouted with an automated ship, but it does note what's in the sector, so you can go back over and just look at the icons more or less and see what's in the system. Then you can add the labels yourself if you want. I'm just doing this primarily so I know where some of the stuff is. This has a shipyard. No shipyard. Okay, whatever. It's fine. This is turret factories. This is an equipment dock over here. Okay. So there's a lot of equipment docks all right in this area. As you can see, when you're in the inner region of the, like I mentioned earlier, the inner regions of the factions generally has like a circle of equipment docks. This is what I'm talking about. There's 3 of them right here. There's a 4th one up here. And there's... I don't know why that happens, but it seems to happen a lot. So maybe it's just part of the game. There's one down here as well. Accelerator factory. That is useful to know. Okay, cool. As far as like... I mean, really I need to just mine stuff and sell resources, I feel, because there's not a whole lot. I mean, I guess we can fly in here. There's pirates though. Let's go deal or see if we can poke a pirate before they all get destroyed. Nope. Sad day. We can go pick up their drops though. There's a green and a white. If nothing else, it's money for us because we can sell these to the equipment docks. So, green turret. Minigun. Cool. I think the other 2 are systems, so see what they are. Or this might be a turret too, actually. Couple chain guns. I mean, not the best in the world, but I mean, get some stuff. Got a basic trading system. which isn't super helpful, unfortunately. It doesn't give you any of the like uh, demand overview stuff that if I'm gonna waste the socket or the system slot to put in a trading system, um, I want to have the trade economy overview and demand overview, that kind of stuff as well. That's just me though. I mean, not everyone's like that. So this is the capital of the faction actually, and they have an equipment dock here as well. So that's good to find actually, you know, I guess. This arbitrary slot or civil, we can't afford either. Turrets. We might be able to afford stuff, but probably don't want to. That is not terrible. Yeah, okay. Let's keep flying, I suppose. There ain't gonna be a claimable asteroid here. Now, there might be in one of these yellow dots. Now, the yellow dots are hidden mass sectors. They tend to be filled with asteroids or other random stuff. Sometimes you'll encounter pirates, sometimes not. But if you're looking for claimable asteroids to then sell, generally the yellow dots are where you want to look. They have a higher spawn chance, I believe, in those systems. You also are likely to find really good mining sectors, meaning there will be like 3,000 plus asteroids in there or whatever. Yeah, so there's a lot in this sector, obviously. So that is probably an Operation Exodus beacon, which we'll go into strategy mode to pick that out. That is just like a crazy cluster of asteroids right there. Not really seeing a claimable though. Yeah, I don't think there is. It's just minables. Okay. I thought we were going to get lucky. We were not. I mean, I guess we got an Operation Exodus weekend finally, so yay. But we're not doing that mission right now, so not that important either. Let's maybe fly down next to this sector. There might be another hidden mass somewhere. There probably is another hidden mass sector, actually. We just haven't... We're not in range of our scanner to be able to pick it up. There we go. Yes, I do have a dog. Alright, so we came into one with some pirates in here. They shouldn't bother us unless we start flying towards them. It's usually how it works. There is a claimable over there. I'm sure if we start flying towards it, these guys will get pissed. But I'm going to do it anyway. So these are unknown, or this is an unknown. So I'm going to actually go into that sector next. But first I'm going to go claim and sell this asteroid. I waited until my jump route was calculated and my warp core was fully cooled down before doing this, because if there was any time left on the cooldown and those pirates decided to engage me, they would jam my hyperspace core. So I'd have to wait a lot longer for the hyperspace core to cool down, so I wouldn't be able to warp right away. Whereas now, even if they do decide to come over and attack me, I can warp out right away because everything's cooled down. I think we go for the credits here, if I'm honest. That's kind of what we're shooting for the most at the moment, so the extra 100 grand is worth more than the 16k rep. But this sector being off the beaten path with almost 2,000 asteroids in it, it has a decent shot of having a claimable asteroid in it as well. So hopefully it does, and we can claim and sell it. Because I'd like to get the merchant ship set up, if at all possible. Not really seeing one. Nothing in the small patches. In the bulk, doesn't look like it either. Okay, fine. Not the end of the world. Try this one though. These were discovered by the other captains when they did their scout mission. So if there is an asteroid in there, I wouldn't know it because I didn't actually fly into the sector and look myself, and the captains don't do that for you automatically. Or they might if they have a C-43 object detector, but even with that system, I don't believe they mark if there's a claimable asteroid. It'd be cool if they did, but they don't. Yep, there is one right here. Cool. A few 100,000 more. I mean, it's definitely enough to build the ship with, I think. I just don't really think it's going to be enough to start the trade route. We'll see, though. Let's go ahead and claim and sell this and see where we're sitting cash-wise. I mean, I could try to mine some neonite, I guess, and go sell it. Is maybe the play. So, 273. Yeah, might as well. Okay, let's go mine some resources. I want the titanium to build the trading ship I'm going to use with. Because that ship does need to be a little bit more tanky. Just because it's more likely to get ambushed than a mining ship, as the cargo it's transporting is a lot more valuable. And there's not a way to toggle a safe mode. So, we will try to get enough titanium to maybe build the model ship we're flying around right now and use that. We'll throw a couple cargo bays on it or something. Shouldn't be too bad though. I don't know. Cool. Get the neonite next. Because I mean, we can sell the neonite that we've mined to generate even more credits than what we've got, and that might give us enough. We can actually then get the trade route started at least, and then slowly build up over time more money to increase what we're doing. I just know that there is like a minimum threshold. You need X amount of credits in order to get started trading. I'm not 100% certain what that number is. I know that if I have a couple million, I'll be able to do it for sure. But I don't know how much lower than that I can actually effectively get a trading ship set up for. But there is a resource depot in this sector, so I can go sell the neonite over there once we're done. Takes a while to mine because we only have one laser, and technically neonite's a step above titanium, so this laser is not as effective against this asteroid as it is against titanium. So its base stats, whatever they are, it's actually less. Its effective stats are less when mining neonite, so that's why it takes a while longer to mine these small asteroids compared to the larger titanium ones. So what the trading ship will do is, based off of the sector of space that it's automated in, it'll scan all the stations that are around there, and it'll detect what has a profit margin and what has the best profit margins that the faction that it's trading with is selling. So basically, the ship will fly around within the faction and trade one good with that faction. So they'll go to one station and buy like gold, for example, and then sell gold to the faction elsewhere at a profit. So that's kind of how it works. So it's not like it's selling my stuff directly. It goes out and buys it. That's why you need some credits to start with, so you can give it some money to go out and buy the initial inventory to sell. Um, yeah, so it's a little different. You do end up selling your own stuff when you build the stations. So like over on the left of where we're mining, there's that trading post over there. So if I built a trading post, that would sell goods directly. I'd be selling goods directly in that case. And you make a little bit more each time when you do it that way. But starting out, it costs a lot more to get started with that though. Because stations are like, I think the cheapest station is maybe 8 million credits or something like that. It's somewhere in that neighborhood, so it's a lot more than just building a trading ship would cost. But you potentially will make a lot more off of it. The earlier you get stuff set up, though, the sooner it pays for itself, is the way this game works. So, like, yeah. We've been going for about 4 hours on stream, and that's great. I want to make sure, like, I want to get this trading ship set up before I end the stream. That way when I come back in, I don't have to scramble to get the money I need to get it set up in order to continue paying the crews for the other two ships that I have. You pay your crews every 3 hours, so it doesn't happen all the time. But if you don't have a way to passively generate money in the 3 hours in between payments to your crew, you're going to run out of money eventually, because the claimable asteroids are not that common, unfortunately. You know what? I have more titanium mining lasers, right? We're going to add a second one because this is taking a bit longer than what I want. Oh, that's a salvaging laser. Not what I wanted. It's just salvaging lasers then, huh? Okay, fine. Forget it then. I was trying to be clever and expand our capabilities for free, but I don't actually have the turret. I misread the symbol. Alright. I think we will get this second Neonite asteroid, and then we'll maybe go see how much money we can get. Because I think we're getting about 2,000 Neonite for each one of these smaller circle ones that we mine, which isn't terrible, honestly. But, yeah, anyway. I mean, really, I should consider upgrading to our mining lasers as well, because that increases your efficiency and your yield and everything. So you'll gather stuff faster, but I haven't really found a good set of our mining lasers quite yet. Or, well, I've maybe encountered them, but I haven't had the credits to be able to afford them, because they are more expensive than the standard purifying mining lasers typically. For the same quality turret, that is. I mean, you can buy an iron arm mining laser for less than a titanium purifying, probably. But if you want a titanium arm mining, it's going to cost more than a titanium purifying. And you need a cargo bay. So I'd have to go in and redesign the whole ship in order to utilize it. So we'll have like 4,000 neonite to sell, which I don't know how much that'll actually turn into. Probably like 50-ish K, which isn't a whole lot. Okay, let's maybe look real quick. What else is on the map? So we've got this sector down here that I'm going to warp to, and then I'm going to try to get into this one, I think. Because the sectors that... Yeah, it is more than nothing. That's true. That's true. I think... Or, well, what I was going to say is the sectors that don't have warp lanes to them, those tend to be the ones where you're going to find asteroids. It's either a scrapyard or it's an asteroid sector, is what that sector is going to be. So if it's an asteroid sector, you might end up finding a claimable inside of it. Okay. We'll maybe go down that way next, but I don't want to go too far in because we still don't have neonite building knowledge, and that's going to take a bit. So I'd prefer to put my trading ship up in the titanium neonite region so I don't have to prepare it for combat with neonite ships, if at all possible. Just because it'll be less likely to get ambushed if it's farther out, but it can still make potentially the same amount of money. Because the goods sell the same regardless of how close you are to the center. It's just the ships get stronger the closer you get, so... Alright, asteroid sector, cool. Nope, cluster. I don't think that there is a claimable here. We'll just zoom out. Nope, doesn't look like it. Okay. We did... So our miner does have some resources. So it's been 30 minutes since we set this guy up. So we can take some of this haul, quarter of it. Awesome. So we get a little bit of resources. Not a whole lot. And that's primarily because the mining lasers he's using are not very good. But that's neither here nor there. It's fine. I will go over and grab this neonite. I figure if I can mine up a few thousand neonite, I can hopefully sell it to get the bankroll I want. to start the trading ship. Maybe at like 1,000,000 I can do it. I mean, we're at almost 700,000. It's just, I know once I get the trading ship set up, the first one, like once it completes 2 or 3 missions, I'll have so much credits I won't even have to worry about it anymore. I won't have to sell the claimable asteroids. I can keep them for myself and convert them into mines. And that's generally how I do my first stations, because the mines are just, after you pay the startup cost of pure profit, you don't have to supply them with anything. It would be nice to get some additional mining lasers on this ship, I will say. Just because it'll speed up this process a lot for us when we're actually manually harvesting things. Which, until we have like 3 or 4 mining ships going at a time, we're going to be mining some stuff on our own, like manually, a little bit here and there. But okay, we're going to leave this sector because there's obviously not a claimable, but there might be in this one. So we will fly on up here. And then I'll probably look for a equipment dock shipyard sector again, to go set up the, then I can go build the merchant ship that I'm going to build. And we'll probably wrap up the stream after I get that automated. But if I can sell one more claimable asteroid, I think I'll have enough. It'll push me over the 1,000,000 mark, I'm pretty sure. Does not appear to be one in this sector, though. Like I said, they've definitely decreased the spawn rate of the claimable asteroids from pre-2.0. Like, it's noticeable for me, at least. Like, you encounter way less, but not a big deal. I mean, it used to be a little bit easy to generate money because you just warp to like 10 sectors and you will have encountered like 4 or 5 claimable asteroids, so you have 1,000,000 credits already. But so it's good. I think it's a good balance. It's just, it makes it take longer initially when you're trying to get that first $1,000,000 that you need to set up an automated ship to make money for you. Alright. So there are a few asteroids, but none that are claimable. Okay, I think what I'm going to do now is I'm going to move back up this direction. And the reason for that is, ultimately I want to put the trading ship probably in this cluster of systems right there. Just because if I get the reputation with this faction built up over 65k, I can buy the Neonite building knowledge from them. So that's kind of my plan. Not a big deal. I could actually probably get the ship for free by going and doing this mission real quick, so I'm going to go do that. Let's go get a free ship, shall we? Alright, go to strategy mode. Oh, whoops. Select. Yeah, don't show me again. I know how to do this. Bring it in. There you go. Oh, right click and give an escort. Escort me. Thank you. Even though that... That ship is, like, way worse than this ship. But that's okay. Whatever. It is a different template than the other one they gave me, I think. So that's nice. I don't think this has a captain already. It might, though. Let's enter the ship and look. Crew, yeah, no captain. But that's okay. Not a big deal. One thing that I wanted to do is just save this template. It's a decent ship design, so why not, right? Save. Save design. There we go. I mean, it saved us a few thousand resources. Not amazing, but not terrible. Let's go ahead and get this boy back somewhere useful. I can't... Those are the Neonite ones, so really I need to get back up here. This ship is escorting me right now, right? Okay. That should work. It should follow me, I believe. So we did get 1 yield from our Salvager, so we did get an R mining laser. Cool. Alright. Let's go ahead and go into this sector. And this ship should be able to follow us, I think. Hopefully. But if we put a cargo bay on our ship, we can install that R mining laser we just got. I plan on making this ship that we just got for free into the merchant ship, because then I don't have to build a template. I can just kind of stick some stuff on the structure they give you and call it good. And by stick some stuff, I mean cargo bays and armor. Yeah, I thought as much. Okay, fine. So I need to switch to this one, because it doesn't have a captain, but the other ship does. That's annoying. When we get to that sector, we'll have our main ship escort this one, because the main ship definitely has a larger warp range than this one, so it'll be fine. That way, if someone does happen to come and attack us, it won't destroy the ship. Aw, sad day. Didn't quite have enough energy. I mean, I guess this ship does technically have 27 cargo slots, but I want more than that. We're going to expand that a lot. I just can't do it without a shipyard, so. I might, however, be able to place some turrets on this so it doesn't get destroyed. I don't have the crew, unfortunately, to power these, is the only issue. Sure. Can't use them, but you can have them. It's not enough. Gosh, dang it. That's super annoying. It's annoying they give you a ship where you can't upgrade it. Yeah, I agree. Some of the, like, yeah, this is just stock asset ship design that comes with the game. Some of them are kind of crazy looking. I try to save the templates when I get them, though, because, I don't know, you can copy and paste parts off of these ships and use them on your own designs if you want. But sometimes getting, like, the specific shapes of things and all that is not the easiest to do. So copying and pasting from a regular one is good. Yeah, it's not terrible looking either. I'd agree with that. I could just scale the size of the ship too. I don't actually have to upgrade it and add on different blocks, but I find that scaling ships doesn't always work that great just because the amount of power it may need and stuff like that differs with the size of the ship. So the generator may be fine for its base size, but when you scale it up 200%, it's no longer big enough. Okay. Now our main ship is going to escort us. You know what? Let's just go over here. That's maybe 3 jumps, but that's not that far. And our core will charge faster in empty space. Awesome. Sorry about that. Got distracted for a minute while I was waiting for the hyperspace to recharge, or the battery to recharge, whatever. Yeah, it is one more after this, unfortunately. Once we get there, though, we can upgrade this ship so it's not quite as terrible, meaning like it recharges faster, has a bigger battery, has some cargo space. We'll throw the captain on the ship. Actually, we could probably do that now. Well, actually, no, I don't want to do that because I need this ship to have a captain so it can escort me. Oh, alright, well, have a good rest of your night, my guy, or my dude, and I hope to see you in the next one. Thanks for staying and watching. Alright, last jump, and we'll be able to get this ship set up to trade. Gonna be good. Cool. Awesome. First things first. You, good sir. We are taking your captain. Oh, autopilot. I don't need autopilot. I need to fly over here so I can give this dude a captain. Captain! Yay! Let's also fly this guy next to a station before we start expanding him so we can hire crew. I think that's the closest one. Oh boy. Shoot. That's annoying. That's stupid. We were going so slow that shouldn't have destroyed anything. Oh well. So now I have to repair the dumb thing. Guess it's 12 iron and 36 credits. That's not that bad, but... Let's get the gunners hired and see if this is going to be enough DPS for this ship to, you know, just chill out here. Because that'll tell me if I need to add a bunch of armor or not to increase the health pool. Because if I don't have to add armor, that saves a lot of titanium for other stuff that is more useful to us, I think. But let's get the 2 gunners. We're still low, though, unfortunately. Let's build. So, as good as these pieces look, they unfortunately need to be removed, because they're in the way. Fortunately... Alright, forget it. We're not going to do that then. Let's just stick some stuff on it and call it good. So one thing we're going to put on here is a bigger container. Alright, we'll put it on the bottom then. Sure. This is going to look really janky, but that's okay. Just needs to be functional. Okay, that should help a little bit. If I throw on an integrity field generator, like there, that will help a lot. Let's throw in some armor. There we go. It's yellow. That's good enough. I will just clad the rest of this, though, because armor pieces have a lot higher damage threshold than any other block when it comes to absorbing collision damage. So it is good to, you know, clad your components with armor. Okay, so we got that. We could potentially upgrade other stuff, but let's go ahead and get the cargo bays put on. I'm going to do these out of iron. I know iron's heavier than whatchamacallit, titanium, but I'm more concerned about not having enough titanium to really build the cargo space that I need. So that gives us another 75. If I bring this in like that, 325, that's not very much. Why can't it go there? Let's turn those off. Oh, it's too long. There. We'll throw in some more. Do one more row. Because the more cargo storage you have, the faster it'll do the trade routes for you. So, like, it does matter if you have more. Okay. That's not the worst in the world, I guess. The ship looks janky now, which it's got it. It's a cube with a spike in the center now. But whatever. Let's see. It probably could use some thrusters. Let's do that so it's not like complete garbage, right? If I clad both sides with thrusters, this should give it decent maneuverability, so it can actually, like, you know, dock in stations and all that. For D-cell, we'll do a directional thruster up at the front here. If I could get that to snap the way I want. Maybe the trick is, let's do this. We'll double layer them. Sure. Something like that for some extra decel. And then what we'll do, just so it's not a slow brick, is we'll throw some engines on the back. Perf. Probably could use an extra energy container and generator. Do something like that. Then we'll finish that out with generators. And it should be good. We'll pull that one off. Cool. Good enough. Way more than enough generated energy. Way more than enough battery capacity to warp. Decent-ish speed. I mean, it's not great by any stretch, but it'll get the job done as far as trading ship is concerned. So, cool. We'll hit this. We're going to hire the crew that we need, so we need one more of these dudes. Or, we needed two more. My mistake. And then we need one just basic dude. We'll hire two of them. Just because we might end up wanting an extra guy on this. So we get the bonus multiplier or whatever. But okay. I think this ship is pretty much ready to rock and roll. I'm going to turn off these guys real fast. And yeah. I think we're just going to swap over to this ship. And we're going to see if we have enough money to start a trade route. Like, I really hope that we do. We'll find out, though. So we've got the lady. And this is our trade ship. We're going to try to center it, like, right here. Well, I guess... Really, I want it in this purple region. As much as possible, but that's fine. We'll do it like this. And see what we can do. So oxygen is going to be the cheapest one for us. So 68. We can afford to do the max. That's not super amazing, though. Let's see. If we take this down to the bottom of the barrel, for the more expensive stuff, we need 20k more. So we could do anti-grav or force generators. Force generators have more percentage than anti-gravs, so I think we'll do those. We can give them 5.5, I guess. Get almost 150k for each flight, and it'll do 3 to 4 flights, so we'll end up with 450k more on top of this. So this will get us close to the million after that mission is complete. It does take some time, of course, and we'll have like no money in that time for the duration of the mission, but I think we are okay on that, honestly, because our crew stuff shouldn't be coming up for a little bit anyway. These guys are still doing their deal. And yeah, but there you have it. So we got a merchant ship automated. So we made a decent amount of progress in today's stream. 4.5 hours long, but we got our first mining ship, salvaging ship, and merchant ship automated today. We also made it to the Neonite. Well, realistically, we made it all the way to the Xanian region of space. But we've kind of set up shop in the Neonite region of space for now. Kind of what the plan is going to be. I'm going to do some more live streams of Avorion of this playthrough for you guys as we continue to progress on. I might do some stuff off camera as far as like mining and that kind of thing that gets a little bit repetitive and boring. Just so you don't have to, just so it's not like 40 hours of the same thing, you know what I'm saying? But I do plan on making some standalone YouTube videos for this series that cover more in depth the various changes that have been made to Avorion with the 2.0 release. For example, like I plan on making a video about the different captain types, all the different automations, building knowledge, all those various things that have been changed that we've kind of discussed throughout the stream today, but I want to do it in their own individual episodes so it's a little bit easier to access the information at a later time. With that being said, guys, we are going to wrap up here for today. If you enjoyed the stream, be sure to let me know in the comment section down below and like the video. If you have not done so already, be sure to subscribe to my YouTube channel and follow me on Twitch so you get notified every time I go live and when I upload more content. I have active gaming channels on both platforms, so if you're looking for an active channel to view stuff on, you found it. With that being said, guys, I've had a lot of fun recording with you today. I hope you enjoyed watching it, and until next time, this has been Lone Debater 7.